a little glitch in starting, but nevertheless, we are here, right? And we are going to definitely deliver as usual, right? Without any delay, let me just get into it and just have melting pot. Just meet and greet is wonderful people. To all people coming in. Remember, share the live, people, right? Big up on yourself, love you, right? Melting pot, come into the space, meet and greet to people, all right?
Once again, pleasant mid-afternoon, to everyone tuning in to the Mystic Sensation Live. We'll be here as usual to discuss matters at
Exactly.
hand, and to bring clarity to our viewers and listeners. And as usual, I just one love. Over to
One
you,
love.
Sir Byron.
All right. Blessings, 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 my brother. All right. Now, Jamaica people, let me just say this, right? And one of the things that I have observed over the period, right, as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party administration, the sort of stronghold, right, that they have, right, on, civil society, right, stronghold over a portion of the criminal justice system. And so then we have seen that people have been affected, right? A lot of people within civil society are scared to come out and speak out against this institution wrongdoing, because at the end of the day, they are thinking about, right, their families, right, and they don't want to really cut off the food source or the supply chain as it relates to their family. And so many of them, right, know that Andrew Holness administration, right, is a complete administration that gone rogue, right? But as I said, right, the sort of stronghold that he has. Now, why am I saying this? It is so evident that, all right, the past DPP, right, drowned by such influence, right, and you know, try to protect the status quo. Now we have seen the planning, right, Institute of Jamaica, and today we are going to provide clear evidence, right, that is manipulating the data. And this is what I'm talking about. That when you have, right, people in civil society, right, under such influence, being stronghold by an administration because they're afraid, right, to speak of the truth. But again, it crippled a society as it relates to such wrongdoing that is taking place, right, in the society, right? It's just really, right, unbelievable. Now, I'm just going to show you something in terms of what the Planning Institute of Jamaica, right, came out with, right, and obviously he's lying, and we are going to show the evidence clearly that he's lying, and that is really a disgrace. That is really a disgrace. So without any delay, let me just go through that clip and share that information as it relates to, what he's saying, right? And we are going to give you the evidence, right, accordingly, right, where that is concerned. Now, so let me just, let me just show you this in terms of what he's saying here. So here it, my Jamaican people, right, that he's saying that Jamaica's poverty rate dipped to a historic 7.8% in 2024, down from the previous record low of 8.2% in the prior year. So 2023, right, he has it at 8.2%. 2024, right, based on what he's saying, Andrew Honest, excellent performance, bringing down the poverty rate, right, in 2023, right, to from 18% to 9%, right? And here, right, from to 8.2%, and now going down 7.8% in 2024. At the same time, 2.7, this is what he's saying, at the same time, 2.7% of the population are facing extreme poverty, notably the lowest level since 1989. You notice what he said? Notably, the lowest level since 1989. I'm going to show you why I think he selectively, right, not speaking between the period 1980 to 89 to show you that this is highly political, right? Now, I am going to show you what happened between the period 1980 to 1989 and show you how this, what he's saying, is so political. Not wanting to show the Jamaica Labour Party that they were the ones who trigger the highest poverty rate. So let us take that away, and we are going to show the evidence as it relates to that, right? So let me just, as we are getting into the groove, we want to just make sure that we are sharing the information right accordingly, so we can educate our people, so our people, right, not allow themselves to be misled as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party. Now, this is what I'm going to show, right? The reason why I said that, watch this now, people. Watch this now, people. Look where I'm going. Okay. For the prime ministers, past prime ministers, right? Anyway, that is not coming up. I can see that the system will work against me from this morning. Everything that I try to, go into the cleaner, them block me. Them do all sorts of things to block me. But people, let me say from your end, because obviously, right, we see what they are doing. And I have to laugh. Right? Yeah, they're preparing for me. All right. But let me talk since, okay. Here it is. Martin, but are you seeing this document?
No, I can't see it as clear as I should,
But is it up there?
It was up there, not there anymore.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Yeah, man. We have to do what we have to do, Right? Let me see if we going back in it again and share it. Getting some problem here. All right. Let's hold on a minute. All right. No matter how them try to derail me, them can't derail me, Can't derail me. You see now, Melting Pot?
Yeah, back on the screen now.
Okay. So I can read it and show the people them. Right? Because all of them information, I realize that they have gone into the clean and they have, you understand, try to clean. Now, here it is, people. During Edward Seaga leadership of Jamaica from 1980 to 1989, the poverty rate was high and increased over the decade, reaching over 30% by the time he left office. Some sources specifically place the figure at 30.5%, right, in 1989. The key economics condition during his tenure included high debt, the national debt to GDP ratio more than double. People want to listen, because we are talking what the Jamaica Labour Party have been doing over the years. You understand that under the Jamaica Labour Party, right, poverty rate, you understand, increase. Now look, high debt. The national debt to GDP ratio more than doubled, escalating from around 80% in 1980 to an alarming, people see, let me not tell you a lie, alarming 212% by 1989. So you know when you come out and you try to, you understand, give Jamaica with your political narrative, you are not speaking the truth, sir. And this is shocking to know that, right? You are a professional entity and you are doing this. You understand, as it relates to Andrew Holness, we have to be in the space now to teach the people the truth. Here it is. High debt. The national debt to GDP ratio more than doubled, escalating from around 80% in 1980, right, to an alarming 212% by 1989. Let me ask you a question, sir. Who was the prime minister between 1980, right, to 1989? You wipe it off her arm, sitting there, Gleaner, because you know what I'm sure it ain't. Well, let me tell the people then, it was Edward Seaga, and the people them need to search for it, right? But when you search for all the prime ministers in Jamaica, right, you're going to see that Edward Seaga was the prime minister between 1980 to 1989, right, on the Jamaica Labour Party, right, the highest. Now, with austerity measures, Seaga government implemented free market economic policies and structural adjustment programs under agreement with International Monetary Fund. These policies involve austerity measures that critics argue wish what? Cripple the Jamaican economy. Yeah, man, you can't get away from me this morning, you know. Because I see you run out. You understand? I see you run out. You understand? So you can't get away from me this morning. Because I see you run out on me. We have to come out and teach our people, right? Not to be misled by you. Right? Not to be misled by you. So I am going to ask you a question now and then. Me a melting pot take you on. So here where we are going now, melting pot.
Yeah.
We're going to show him that under no circumstances, right, he could have come up with a particular determination by not having a census. So this goes to show you again, sir, you understand that you're wrong, right, and you're highly political, right, and what you're doing, you're misleading the Jamaican people. Let us share the information. You understand? It is not Mystic Sensation speaking this out of his mouth and telling lie. We are going to share the information. Now, look at this. Look at this. Right? Your actions are criminal. Your actions are criminal. Look at this. Let us share it. I want to take off that too. What are they going to do? Oh, hey, my love, what is going on? Take off that. Melting pot.
Yes, my brother.
Boy, I'm now come under some things I say. Trust me. All right. Now come under some.
Same way upon matter, man.
Right? the cut off the page. You know. Why? If you are telling the truth, why not allow Mystic Sensation? You understand? Why you people know that? Invade my space. Because you don't want me to tell the truth. You don't want me to tell the truth. This is a government that gone rogue. This is a government that gone rogue. And you ever go on now, after me come off, you ever run some investigation upon this, right? And see who they sending all of them, right? Rare, blah, blah, there. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Let me exit the page here. Right? Oh, boy, man, I tell you. Problem there. Problem there. Problem. Me have to laugh. Right? I was just about to show, right, that they have not completed any form of census in any detailed way. So there's no way, right? I wonder if we can read. Hold on. People, you know what? Let me read it from a phone. Because I'm not get to this morning, you know. Me now I couldn't get to this morning. So let me read it from a phone and show the Jamaican people them. You understand? So me I read it from a phone. See that? Census uncertainty. Now show the evidence and I read it from a phone. Yeah, one can't stop the progress. Can't tell none of that. Okay. One can't stop the progress. So let me read it from the phone. Right? I will take them this morning. Let me read it from the phone, people. With scores of Jamaicans still not yet counted in the 2022 population and housing census, there is growing concern regarding the status of the exercise, which has been hampered by a lack of census takers and administrative issues. Yeah, man, you can't stop me this morning, you know. You understand? The people have to know what they go on. Now, there's uncertainty as to whether the census, which has been, and let me tell the people where I'm reading it from, so the people can Google it and see it for themselves. It marked on census uncertainty, right? And I am reading from the Jamaica Observer, right? Okay, and here is the information that I am reading from. So let me just make sure, say, I want to see it. You understand? Let me can't stop the progress, man. There is uncertainty as to whether the census, which has been extended at least twice, is still being conducted by the Statistical Institute of Jamaica or has been altered. You understand? So then, you get census right in a 2023 coming out and talking about right poverty cutting off. You understand, from 18% to 9%. For sure, you're a liar. Yeah. Now, the undertaking which commenced last September, on the list now, people, was slated to end right March 31st, 2023. So, you run out. You understand, with census talking about the poverty rate. You understand, reduced from 18% to 9%. You understand? But you never take no census. You never take no census. Here it is. The undertaking which commenced right last September was slated to end on March 31st, 2023. But the Institute subsequently advised that the deadline would not be met, right? And that a new timeline would be set. However, there has been no word on this to date. Now, when the Jamaica Observer contacted Statin Director General Carol Coy, right, at the time, she promised that an update will be provided next week, Tuesday, on the census. The Institute had previously revealed that it has been adversely impacted by internal resource constraints, including turnover in key posts prior to the start of data collection. It said that these constraints resulted in delays in the recruitment, training and onboarding of census takers and supervisors. As such, there was a phased approach to the start of data collection. Statin was also having major challenges, right, with the recruitment of census field workers, ranging from low, right, to no applicants from some communities, applicants who did not pass the screening process, high dropout rates during training, and low take-up post-training. The employment targeted of approximately 7,000 census field workers was therefore not met. The agency said it was not able to recruit more than 4,000, right, at any given time, right? The attrition of census workers also affected the data collection for the census. Several census workers opted out of the job for varying reasons, including unavailability to work on the census, given the delays in the data collection and other commitments, right? The low remuneration of data collection and the level of difficulty in collecting the data. So then let me ask you, sir, how you get to determine, right, where you come out on a run with, right? You're not to do it, right? That is vicious, right? You have not completed, right, that data, right? And you're coming out telling lies to the public, selling the public lies, that is vicious and dangerous in terms of what you people are doing, right? Because we want to further Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness instructed you now to come out, you understand, and tell lie, right? For what? Make him look good, eh? Andrew Holness cannot be look good. Andrew Holness is a demons as he is, 100% pure evil, right? We only show the people and prove it that there's no way, right, that you can come with the figures that you are coming with. You understand? When you have not completed a detailed census where you capture all persons who need to be captured, right? So obviously, sir, you're a liar, right? You're definitely a liar. Let me just heal back and put in melting pot in the space. Melting pot. What say you on the matter?
Thank you, Sir Byron. Well, I like the way you start the program, with the word fear.
Yes.
Because fear has always been a factor in Jamaica society. And as such, the citizens suffer the consequence
Yes.
of such a problem that plagued the Jamaica society. Lies has always been a way of communicating with the people of Jamaica. And as such, progress has become stagnated. And why I try, to formulate my segment like this is the fact that we know a lot of people in Jamaica are afraid to speak out on critical issue that they are privy to as it relates to good governance. We know a lot of people in Jamaica as find it, very conducive to lie for the government. And as such, we have to look at one particular individual, Wayne Henry, from the PIOJ, Planning Institute of Jamaica. Now that gentleman, come out and fabricate a lot of lies by, tampering with the numbers statistically, just to make Andrew Holness look good. Because this is how Andrew Holness operates in Jamaica, And this is why Jamaica has become stagnated. Because rather than being critical of the position that him hold as the leader of the country and to do the right thing to benefit the country and the people in the country, him play hanky-panky game, and lie has been the way to fabricate all of this thing. So we know for a fact when the figures was presented by Andrew Holness as it related to poverty being the lowest and unemployment being the lowest, that was a lie.
Yes.
And I mean, that was just some of the lies that him tell as part-time campaign strategy going into the general election. But no matter how Andrew tell a lie, them, we have the truth around here. So Andrew cannot look good. Because our way of, pushing back on the lies is by using evidence-based facts what we have. So there's no way Andrew can come and, refute our claims. Now, going back to 1989, when he make reference that, poverty has been the lowest since 1989. 1989 was when Jamaica started to decay, When the decay, start to open up like a tooth in your mouth and it get bad. Because when Eddie Seaga come in 1980, come get a good economy. Yeah, currency is very, very strong.
Exactly.
And Edward Seaga destroyed that to the extent where the GDP climb all the way from 80% to 212%. Yeah, more than double. 2.5 times plus. So we know Andrew Holness don't know anything about the history of Jamaica economy. Basically, for him to come and tell them lies here, I would put it down that him don't know anything about the history of Jamaica economy and the phases that Jamaica has gone through based on the transformation of government when it changed. So we always can look at the blueprint, to determine who has governed the country in a more structural manner to get the best out of the country for the people in the country. Under the People's National Party, the country has shown growth. Under the Jamaica Labour Party, the country growth has declined. and decline in a way that, it has damaged Jamaica from that period of time onward up until now. And this is why Jamaica finds itself in the situation where it is, with finance being minimal, so to speak. Now, a government cannot come out and speak to the population with numbers that surrounding unemployment and poverty if the government has not concluded a national census program.
Exactly.
We know that program was never completed because of various tedious problem that surrounded and existed at the time with that program. The numbers stated that 7,000 workers were, projected for the program, but only 4,000 were employed.
Yes.
And a lot of problem arises in that structured um, process that the government tried to undertake.
Yeah.
One critical aspect of it was that people were not being paid. And so if you don't get paid, you're going to attend work. So that is why people start dropping out, because there was no incentive to energize them to go to work and do the work. So
Yeah.
people drop out because the government failed to pay. You understand? So we know that when them come out and speak on the matter, it was a lie. And we, push back on the lie and publicly stated categorically that that was a lie.
Exactly.
So under no circumstance, Andrew Wallace should never be using these type of, flawed information to present to society. If you as a leader for the country cannot be truthful to the people you are leading, then you are no leader. If lie is only the way and means of communicating to the people, then you should leave the post. Because people want to hear the truth. People want to know which way the wind blow. You understand? The wind can't be blowing from east to west, and you come and tell me north to south,
Mm-mm.
No
Mm-mm.
way. You understand? So those are the problem. Yeah. Now when you look back, as I stated, Edward Seaga come and get a country in a healthy state. Yeah. In terms of all our sector was, ticking along really well. Yeah. Employment sector, good people have jobs. You understand? Agricultural sector booming. You understand? Small business rising, and people had a currency that had a purchasing power. What Edward Seaga has done in his first reign in that period between 1980 to 1989 was to sell Jamaica to the International Monetary Fund, IMF. And so that's where the transformation of Jamaica economy and the people life start to suffer. High austerity measure, high inflation, and all these type of things. Lots of jobs, a lot of sectors, closed down. Jamaica Omnibus Service (JOS) that was decommissioned, and so the health sector suffer. Some school closed. All these type of behavior. Over 7,000 workers laid off and made redundant permanently. And that's where Jamaica start to disintegrate, because our currency was stronger than the United States at one point in time, and then was on par with the United States. And Edward Seaga, through means of CIA, intervention and policies, that's the road he chose. And so Jamaica has never recovered from that debacle by Edward Seaga and the Jamaica Labour Party. So when Andrew Wallace come and try to put out some, nonsensical information, we are here to try and let him know that the true value of real information is that people will have an understanding, and people will, can make and determine for themselves which way the wind blow. Coming to spew lies just for political mileage is not the sign of a good government, because what that does for that leadership, yeah, is that that leadership will not work to change it for the better. Because if you are selling lies and people buying lies, then you don't need to do anything better. You have a commodity that the people subscribe to. And most of Jamaican people subscribe to this guy's lie because him see himself as this, chosen one for Jamaica and have all the vision and plan for Jamaica. But he has nothing going for him in Jamaica right now because everyone is feeling it in Jamaica. Yet
Exactly.
the recent hurricane, show him as a fragile leader, a guy who's not surplus to requirement any at all, because he just cannot even manage the 2.7 million people when preside over. And I yield back the floor to you, my brother.
All right. Wonderful, melting pot. I mean, everything that you have touched on, right, is out of the book of truth, right? We are not lying when we are presenting the data, right? And that is one of the reasons why. Remember, let me say this, Jamaica, categorically clear, right, as it relates to myself, right, melting pot, right? When we come out and we provide the information, right, we know we love Jamaica from our heart and soul, right? And under no way we are going to compromise, right, our Jamaican people as it relates to upward mobility, right, and good lifestyle, right? By what? Sowing lies and carrying down a government if the government is participating. Come on, Jamaican people, wake up. It is not mere melting pot of Andrew Holness under investigation. And mere melting pot. The IC is a critical, is an integral body. You understand that deals with these investigation. So then it has nothing to do with us. You understand? And the narrative that we want to carry down a government. No. You understand? Me as a professional investigator, you understand, based on some of the things that I am looking on, you understand, I know very well that Mark Jefferson Golden, you understand, meant very well for Jamaica. And if he has given the chance, you understand, to rule this country, Mark Jefferson Golden would bring Jamaica, you understand, to a place that we long are waiting for. And no apology in saying that. The Jamaica Labour Party, in terms of my studies, is extremely destructive. Now, people, I'm going to mention something to you and to show you something. You see, Andrew Holness, who had flown over the area of Ground Zero, know the devastation. I'm going to show you something now, Jamaica. May I speak to you. I am speaking to your spirit and soul. Watch this. I realize that Andrew Holness is using, right, the circumstances of those people to enrich himself again. Sad and vicious. Now let me show you something. The NHT, National Housing Trust, that Michael Manley created to uplift poor people, right, in terms of land ownership and owning a home. Michael Manley speak to it so passionately, having the vision that every single Jamaican deserves this. And this is what democratic socialism means. Right? That the wealth equity must spread. People must be given the opportunity. Right? This morning, I listened to Brother Lonesome. And where Lonesome was speaking on some things that Michael Manley had done. And one of the things that Michael Manley had done was to recognize our females. How did Michael Manley recognize our females? By ensuring that equal work that the woman carried out would have treated equally, right, with equal pay. Likewise the man, and likewise the men. So there is something that Michael Manley had broken up. The discrimination and the unfairness that meted towards our women. Remember, our mothers, right, are the greatest strength for us, The greatest of all men are any man. comes from a woman and have to be nurtured to that excellence. So for a political system to be treating women less deserving, that the work that she does could not be equated to the same work that a man is doing. And even though she is doing the same work, she's getting lesser pay simply because she's a woman. It is the People's National Party changed that. Michael Manley changed that. And that's why I'm asking Jamaican women particularly, go back. Go back. Study your history. Do your research. So I want to say that piece in terms of where I'm going now. Andrew Holness look and realize that, okay, all right, 2024, we have a near miss with Beryl. It is not the first experience as it relates to tropical system that developed right into hurricane, particularly under Andrew Holness administration. Let us reason out, people. Andrew Holness, as it relates to Beryl, had not learned anything. I'm going to deal with the woman there from World Bank. I am going to address you, I am going to address you. So just stand by. Stand by. You understand? When I call you up in front of the class, I am going to deal with you. I am going to embarrass you. I am going to shame you. I am going to put you in your place because all what you are doing is defending crony capitalism. I am going to deal with you this morning. I am going to show you the evidence, and when we finish show you the evidence, you are going to be embarrassed and you are going to be shamed. Now, let me just stay on track. Now, so Andrew Holness, we had experienced a category 5 hurricane. So people make a reason now. We are reason. Okay, if I am the Prime Minister and me face a category 5 system, right? And me know say, me have to now strengthen as it relates to my structural systems, right? Now, I have to now look and deal with our civil engineers, right, for some structural improvement in terms of building codes. And we are going to now have to. We are not asked. We can't move from out of the hurricane belt. We are going to be there as long as life lasts. That is our geographical pinpoint, our geographical location. But what we can do, right? Implement policies to strengthen our system. Watch this now, people. That's something I try to show you, how wicked Andrew Holness is, And so then, okay, all right. You know, say, right? You need to have stronger structure to deal with a category 5. Right? And now building codes must be formulated around a category 5. Because Jamaica experienced a category 5. And you now must do the feasibility studies as it relates to a category 5, as it relates to, right, new building codes that need to be implemented, you understand, based on the experience of Hurricane Melissa. What the Prime Minister did? The Prime Minister, they used NHT because, of course, him friend them, you understand, who connected, you understand, to them container homes there. And I just know, don't bother believe, say, it is Melissa situation why, you understand, him have them project there long time. And I'm going to prove it. Right? And who is getting feeding from his friends? Crony capitalism. Right? Neo Colonialist. Right? And so then, you understand, he is using the people's circumstances. You understand? So that, of course, the political kickback can continue. Right? And so that when you see these things, you realize that this man is really vicious. I'm going to prove it to you now today, right? That none of the container homes that Andrew Holness is bringing into the country can withstand a category 5. I personally have done the research. And not only me, right, has done the research. Civil engineer, right, have done the research. And so then, okay, you know, Andrew Holness, that we had experienced a category 5 and what a category 5 have done us. Why would you want to put us into a position in putting us into weak structure? That is the question. Why do you want to do that? Is it prudent, Andrew Holness, for you to put us into container home where, if you do the studies, do the research like me in terms of, okay, let us see as it relates to the two situations that we have, whether to build a concrete structure, you understand, as it relates to building it with the hurricane-proof system, and a container, which one more sustainable? Andrew, when you do that research, it would have told you, Andrew Holness, that the concrete structure is far away more stable, much more stable, and using NHT would have been much more cheaper. So the question that I'm asking you, why are you going that route? Why? Why? Temporary system. If you said, Andrew Holness, okay, we are using them temporary, right, for the quick fix situation, but we'll be using the NHT program, you understand, to build strong structural home for these people. I wouldn't be coming out against you, you know. I would definitely empower with that, because that is a good policy. But when you want to interface them permanently, based on what you said, right, into a scheme system, you know that you are setting up these people for them to lose their lives. Am I lying? You are setting up them, Andrew Holness, for them to lose their lives. I am going to show the people this morning. Now watch this. This is where I'm going. Let us listen to you, Andrew Holness, in terms of, you understand, to show the people that I am not misinterpreting you, right? So I am, look at this, my Jamaican people. I want you to look at this. Let's look at this. Right? Let us look at this. Let us look at these people. Let us share this. Here you are, right? Because you decide to, you are now. You have to make a money off of this. You have to eat a food. Your friend them have to eat a food off of this. Right? You don't take the people's plight in consideration. And I have to ask you the question now, are you doing this? You understand? Because the way how you are setting these policies, I am seeing what I describe as land grabbing. As land grabbing. Right? Because you are going to use certain bureaucracy, you know. You understand? To get off many of the people off of the land, you know. And this is where you are going. Andrew Holness, this is where you are going, and that is one of the reasons why you are doing the container homes. Right? Where you can now just easily, you understand, push them off. And many of the people, let me say this, you are not going to get any of the containers home. Because you know what Andrew Holness is going to do? He's going to set no bureaucratical policies. You understand? Where you have to bring this, you have to bring that. Remember, everything that I am saying to you this morning, you are going to realize that that is going to take place. Many of you who so-called in that area, as it relates to the hurricane pathway, you are going to lose your homes for good under the Andrew Holness administration. And your lands are going to be turned over to the government. This is how vicious Andrew Holness is, and this is the art of why you are going down there. Now, look at this now. NHT to procure first 2,500 semi-permanent housing unit. What do you hear that? 2,500 semi-permanent housing unit. November 27, 2025. This, Now, the National Housing Trust is in the process of procuring the first 2,500 semi-permanent housing unit under the Rapid Deployment Housing Initiative. Now, Andrew Holness knew very well, you understand, that this sort of project that he's using in comparison, you understand, to concrete structure, right? Concrete structure is far way more hurricane proof. So, Andrew Holness, are you going for safety? Based on what transpired, and you have the World Bank woman come out for you to talk about, you understand how excellent you perform. The World Bank woman no realize, no see you do this. The World Bank woman no see you do this. So let me ask you a question with the World Bank woman here. Are you going for safety? Are you going for safety? Because right there, this is a safety risk, This is a safety risk. Because to use those trailers, right? You have to develop firm structures, concrete structures, And you are going to have to attach them as it relates to the advice of certain engineers advising you, you understand, for the structural strength of these things, Anyway, Assistant General Manager for Corporate Communications and Public Affairs at the NHT, Dwayne Burbick, made the announcement on Wednesday while addressing a special press briefing on Hurricane Melissa recovery at the office of the Prime Minister in St. Andrew. The follows an early announcement by the Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, that the trust will procure 5,000 pre-built container homes for swift rollout across the island to address urgent housing needs following Hurricane Melissa. Now, Prime Minister, the length of time when them container going to take to come. And if you go concrete structure, right, the amount of money that is going to cost NHT for you now to strengthen China economy. You could now very well trigger the economy, give the economy a kickstart, Andrew Holness. You understand? Using the NHT program, you understand? Build some one room and 2-bedroom house that is going to be much cheaper than this container house, much stronger and much safer. So then you tell me now, why are you going down here? Hear this now. Barbic noted that the NHT reviewed the available options on the market and selected expanded polystyrene. Right? I'm going to show you something, prefabricated unit. You see the same unit what I'm talking about? Me, they're going to show the Jamaican people what Hurricane Melissa done with it, Me, for the people who are taking it, I have the clip that I am going to show you what Hurricane Melissa done with it, And you hear only one Andrew Holness? Now, which make the trust technical specifications for building codes, construction, and safety. You don't want to tell all the lie one want to tell you. Because this morning I show the clip, But Melissa done with the very same project what you're talking about, How Melissa damaged it, Category 5, So then you tell me, Andrew, me go play this and make you see it for yourself, All right. The units include steel frame supported by insulated panel that help with cooling, reducing heat accumulation, and provide resistance to earthquake, fires, and hurricane. All right. Now, I'm going to show you something. Right? Me love my people, You understand? I mean, now I'm going to make your greed kill off my people, Me now going to make your greed kill off my people, So you know what? Me I give me people them the information. It's from the people them to take it. Right? All right. So we do that. Let me share our next document. May I share the people, may I give the people the information? Make the people understand what is going on. Right? Now, me have to show the people what is going on. Now, watch this, people. Now listen to him now. Want to listen to him, people. Me now make him kill off my people, let me know. Me now gonna make him kill off my people, let me know. You understand? For suit in pocket, you know. A lie I tell if you think I'm gonna do that.
Look at the possibility of using container homes or using shipping containers to build housing solutions. We had studied this as a possibility for the whole program, and we concluded that it was quite feasible to do. In fact, we have designs for container housing. The question has always been how cost effective it is. It can be cost effective depending on where it is used. So far, for the 140 or so houses that we've built, we are focused mainly on block and steel. We are now going to be exploring other materials, including lumber and including the container homes. For this program to reach scale, and for scale, we're looking at about 6,000 to 10,000 houses. I'm hoping that as we close out the applications that are now in, those will be done using the conventional building systems, block and steel, precast concrete. But as we move into the second phase of the project, we will be incorporating other building materials and other building methodologies to ensure that we can rapidly increase the scale, the number of houses that we need to deliver.
I'm gonna stop sharing this. A lot of people who claim say, me I disrespect you. You let me talk to you now. I mean, I call you old scammer because you're old scammer. You understand? So, you don't like it. Right on them becks, I saw it go. Me they call you old scammer because you're old scammer. Now, old scammer. No same way you did sell Edmund Ridge. Talk to me. You know, go buy a big platform and you have sold Edmund Ridge, right? Scammer. You have sold Edmund Ridge, right? To be one of the best communities. You compare it with Operation Pride and said Operation Pride was garbage as it relates to what you say. And Edmund Bridge, woo, wonderful, beautiful, strong and everything, and it is the home for the future. Now that you say about Edmund Ridge. Eh? Didn't you say that about Edmund Ridge? What happened to Edmund Ridge? I know nobody know you're nothing for you, you know. Andrew Honest. Not even I know you have come out and speak about Edmund Ridge, you know. Eh? Edmund Ridge where you personally marketing. You are Edmund Bartlett, you know, because you are Edmund Bartlett business. So you come out and you market it using NHTA. Look here, converting NHT to your personal use. Let me show you, you know, let me show Jamaica what they want. You remember, say you take out, right, millions of dollars out of NHT and give to your friend. You remember that? You remember, say, you have taken out millions of dollars out of NHT and your owners, right? And give it to your friend. And where your friend's supposed to deliver X amount of house and not deliver it. And I know we don't know how the money they go. Am I lying? Am I lying? Is another scam the people them getting? Is another scam NHT getting? Right? And you just dip on the scamming thing and now let it go in. Now, watch this now, people. Let me show you something now. We could just deal with, you understand the research. Watch this now, people. Let me go shot me and go here now. Since me showing you that. Right? Let me just go shot me and go here now. Look, people. Because me have to defend my people, you know. Right? Me have to defend my people, them. Now, I could go into the research, people. Trace them in our play. All right. We use Google, right? And we do the AI review search. What this done, it search all the websites, right? On Google and summarize the information for us. If you notice, here it is, AI overview. So when you do a search like that in Google, what the search engine does, the search engine go through all the websites, right, and summarize the information and put out the facts to you based on the research. Now, watch this now. A hurricane-proof concrete structure is inherently more resistant to high winds and debris than a container home. You don't hear that, people? See there? Evidence number one. You don't hear that? No. Which requires significant reinforcement to be hurricane-proof. Now, while concrete is dimensionally stable and strong, a container home's main vulnerabilities are weak points like windows, doors, and improper anchoring, though its steel structure can resist debris impact if properly secured. Now, concrete offers superior strength. Here to the people. But container homes can be cheaper and more flexible. Andrew Owner's program, those container homes are not cheaper. Andrew Owner's program, those container homes are not cheaper. Though they need careful engineering for hurricane resilience. Now watch this. Hurricane-proof concrete structure, strength and stability. Concrete structures, especially those using insulated concrete forms, right, ICF, are highly resistant to extreme wind speed, rain, and flying debris. Let us get into the next document. You understand? Because I research my people, you know. As I said, me now put my people, right, in a danger. Now, let us go to number 2 and put it up on the screen. Yes, again. Hear it now, people. Concrete is dimensionally stable and does not expand or contract during extreme weather events. Want to hear that, people? Want to hear that? Vulnerability. Concrete homes are very strong, but like any structure, they can be vulnerable to catastrophic failure if not built correctly, especially in extreme cases of debris impact or flooding, right? Cost. Building with concrete can be more expensive than using containers, depending on the type of steel and certain things that you are using. Container homes, strength and stability. Shipping containers are made of strong steel and are designed to withstand heavy loads, making them a strong base for a home. Vulnerabilities. Container homes are vulnerable to hurricane. Let me read that back over. You let me read back that over, you know. Come seminar, I can kill off my people them. You see, who want to hear the information and still want, you understand, run down Andrew Owner's thieving program of phone business, you know. Vulnerabilities. Container homes are vulnerable to hurricanes if not properly anchored and reinforced. Weak points include cutouts for windows and doors, which can be points of failure. Flooding is also a major concern for container homes, as they are often built at ground level. And remember, under Andrew Owner's administration, no clean drain no go on, no drain cleaning no go on. You can't say me no want to know. You can't say. Mystic no want to know. Now, let me show you something now. Me now to go show you something now. And then me bring in the pot. Let me show you something now. Look on this now. We're going to show the evidence now. What a category 5 done. You understand? With the very same housing program what Andrew Owner's want to introduce. Andrew Owner's, you need to look at this. Your administration need to look at this and go back to the drawing table. Go back to the drawing table. Now let me show you this. Now come on phone, you know. Right? Now come on phone. Listen now, people. Listen good. Let me share this.
Welcome back everyone to the brand new channel. This is Real Talk. Please like, comment and subscribe if you are new. Real Talk, we talk about everything Jamaica, and I did 2 videos before this one, so basically this is an update, because if you have been following the channel, you would have seen that I've been promoting these house as an upgrade from a board house and zinc fence. But here is a video that is showing one of these houses completely destroyed by Hurricane Melissa. And a lot of people in the first video that I made were asking, are these houses category 5 resistance? Where are the proof? And you know, the first video that I made, I categorically, pun intended, I categorically said the retailers boast that these houses are Hurricane Melissa resistance, category 5 resistance, because they stood up against Hurricane Melissa. But now seeing this video saying these container houses are category 5 resistance are completely false. And it's on me to give you the update. Remember, I told you it wasn't a paid promotion. And you know things about paid promotion, if it was a paid promotion, then I probably couldn't done this follow-up video, because I remember a lot of people were asking in the first video, which is doing very good by the way. This channel is very new. I don't have 200 subscribers yet, and the first video garnered over 5,000 views. So if you are curious what I was saying in the first video, you can go back and watch the first and the second video, because everything that I said, it's true. It's an upgrade from a board house and a zinc roof, but it's definitely not a category 5 resistance house. And I guess a lot of people don't understand how powerful a category 5 and a category 4 storm is. So if you bought one of these houses and you think that, yo, there's a category 5 coming and you're fine, no, please relocate, please go to higher grounds, please go to shelter, because a category 5, as you can see with Melissa, is very powerful. And in the first video, I also said that you do not want to stay in your location if a category 5 is coming. So I did say that. I did say it's flood proof, so you don't want high waters, you don't want to be flooded out and trapped inside. But again, everything that I mentioned in the first 2 videos are true. It's an upgrade from a board house and a zinc roof. People use them for Airbnb. They are very luxurious. Look inside and outside, an upgrade. The only thing you should minus from those first video, it's a category 5 resistance. No, it's not. And you know, sometimes some things have,
Please stop that. Right? Stop sharing this. And now get that we are showing, right, the information, right, as it is. And we have to put the truth out there. Out there. We are not saying, and I want people to get it, you know. I don't want people to get me wrong. We understand the situation as it relates to people who then, I mean, like right now, they need a shelter over them head. Yes, good, we go for that. Temporary, you understand? Give them something that them can, you understand, come out of the element, expose them out of the element, right? But when you are going to cement this, Andrew Owners, right? Futuristically speaking, that you are now going to now merge them permanently into scheme settings. No. I have done further research and they are saying to you that you need to put them on spikes, concrete structure, and you need to do what? Bolt them down. And they are telling you how thick. For you to spend all the money on that, it is going to be very expensive. Right? So yes, the container homes, they're made out of steel and so forth. But guess what? They are not ready for a category 5. And you put them on the base, like when you lay a flat base of a concrete like that, and trust me, flood, people are going to die in them. And when you do further research, it is going to show you that you have to have certain structural adjustment, you understand, to make sure that they're firmly gripped with strong bolt. And Andrew Honest, you are not doing that. You are not doing that. Right? So for argument's sake, if you said, okay, all right, we are going to accept, right, the container homes. Do you have those pike, big concrete structure? And those pike, because I was looking at some, right, as it relates to the big concrete slabs where you're going to put them on, right, with some strong steel in them. Those are going to be very expensive to do them. So then the easier thing to do and the quicker thing to do, Andrew Owners, is to go through the NHT program, you understand, and deal with the concrete structure, you understand, as it relates to the foundation and make them structurally strong. And you can build them now towards category 5 resistance. Right? Depending on the type of mud that you are using, you understand, in terms of the foundation and all of that you are putting in. And if you start this project, you'd have completed so many homes. Number 2 again, you'd have given a lot of people job as it relates to the construction industry. A lot of people would get jobs. Meanwhile, they are doing that, but no, you take away the food from them because you're hustle. Right? And that is fundamentally wrong. And you know say it wrong, Andrew Honest, you know say it wrong. So why are you doing it? Why are you doing it? So now that you see that, okay, all right, Hurricane Melissa destroy one of them that already installed in Jamaica. What are you going to say about that? You are now putting back now people in them, and you're not putting them on any spikes to make the foundation very strong. Come on, people need to reason in terms of how they are reason. Melting pot coming to the space.
Well, I mean, Andrew don't need to get any more warning, because we've been warning him about this housing solution, this quick fix housing solution that him want to implement, not as a temporary housing solution, but as a permanent housing solution. Andrew Holness, this is fundamentally wrong and will only destroy a lot of Jamaicans' life. If anything of the magnitude of a category 4 or a category 5 hurricane hit Jamaica and people are living in these container houses, Jamaica will suffer a lot of loss of life. So we are calling on you as the leader of the country to, have a rethought. Yeah, think again, because this is not what Michael Manley created the National Housing Trust to offer to Jamaican citizens. This type of housing solution. Many people in Jamaica have been contributing to the National Housing Trust Fund, but has never benefited from the National Housing Trust program. Now is the time to utilize the resource of the National Housing Trust and also to re-energize the economy by offering work to our tradesmen and women. So, once again, Mystic Sensation and Melting Pot is saying to you that you need to scrap
Bless
and
yourself,
abandon
appreciate it.
this idea of permanent structure. This can be a temporary solution, and we will, give you a lot of credit for that if it's temporary. Now, there are a lot of ramifications with this type of housing solution and how you formulate it to be. You are talking about housing scheme and all these things. Now, for you to come up with such an idea, as I said, it poses a lot of serious question to be asked and serious answer to be given. Because moving people from where they are and putting them into a particular location, you are preventing these people, in the rural parishes who like to, do a bit of farming as it relates to agriculture and livestock. You're taking away that opportunity from them. You're taking away from them their piece of land that they have that pass on to them from generation. And I think fundamentally, what we need to be focusing on now is that you're probably trying to create some political boundaries. I don't know where you're going to set up the scheme, But if you're moving people from People's National Party constituency and put them over the JLP side, that's a problem again. And we know you're a guy like to play a chess card. You understand? Yeah. Because you're not a real chess master, the proper game, A chess card you play. So your card, them are some fraud card you always come up with. And we have to take a closer look at you. Yeah, because this is not a housing solution that you can implement in Jamaica people's life as a permanent housing fixture for them to live in. As we just rightfully show you a graphic video, they are not conducive to category 5 hurricane or category 4 hurricane. And a lot of life will be lost, and we have to be here trying to educate our Jamaican people to do the right thing. Don't look at the fabrication of these structures. It might look good on the inside. Think about your safety. Yeah? Think about your safety. That is more paramount than anything else. Without life, you don't have nothing. So don't make Andrew come and trick you guys to give up your place where you live and your land to come take one of this because it's a quick fix thing. It might be a to know with this quick fix thing. We know if Andrew, and the government did come up to repair the people houses that will get damaged and build some house for the people who lost them house completely, Jamaica would be well on the way to recovery where the housing sector is concerned. Right? We've gone over 4 weeks now into the 5th week. Yeah, and the government hasn't done anything where restoration is concerned. Some of the houses are not badly damaged, They just need roof structure. Yeah, and if it's a concrete structure, you just know, say you slab the top. Yeah, because you prevent yourself from going back into this type of situation where you have to replace roof in the future. Yeah, so we know this is not the way to go forward. Yeah, and I want to tell my Jamaican people, Andrew have most of the houses them already, the container houses them. It's just a way of, trying to slowly integrate them. So when him talk about 90 days, him have most of them already. Him have most of the houses them already as something with them have for the agenda long before Hurricane Melissa. Yeah, but him can't just come and just put it out like that. So what I try to do is gradually integrate it into the society. But I am telling Andrew Wallace, it will work. Yeah, to operate on the cheap cost you more in the long run because you're penny wise and you're pound foolish. You understand? So when this woman from the World Bank, I heap all these praise for Andrew Wallace, the World Bank is only setting up Jamaica to fail again, so we continue to borrow from them. Because them know this is not the housing solution. And if them know anything about Andrew Wallace, they not deserve no credit. I have 28 bank accounts and explain well, involving a lot of Ponzi scheme, all type of various bang around. So what kind of praise you about heap on a leader who have no credibility? A leader whose popularity has dwindled, diminished. So this lady from the World Bank, she gonna set up Jamaica for fail under Andrew Wallace ticket because him love for borrow and run to them. So when them, he praise for him feel like so well then, him grow a couple feet more, him stand tall. And you know obscurity in a Jamaica vision, man. Yeah? A lot of Jamaicans not see, based on your persona as an individual. A lot of Jamaicans do and look for you because you're evil and you're wicked and you don't like the poor because you operate on a capitalistic ticket, Yeah? And that ticket that you operate on, And capitalism is not for the poor people. It's for the big men, the wealthy. So, I mean, we know that democratic socialism has always offered solution to the poor. And this is why Michael Manley introduced the National Housing Trust Program so that poor people can have a proper home to live in. So when you come now and you want to destroy the fabrics of Michael Manley vision, you are going down the wrong road. You understand? I'm barking up the wrong tree. You have given your friend Dexim, millions of NHT contributors money.
Hold on there. Let me just put you up there. Hold on there. Mention Pat, I have a caller. Let me just see what the caller have to say. This sound like Sean.
Yeah, man.
All right. Go ahead, Sean.
All right. Me love that topic here where you're on because me that tell people about this container place.
Yeah.
Byron.
Yes, my brother.
When me there St. Elizabeth, me say breeze blow container miles. And them they never have no furniture. Them they have real everything like flour, rice, iron, them the heavy.
Yes.
And them they gone right a gully.
Whoa.
And them man they did anchor it down on concrete. Me
You hear
see
that?
that. Me see it. So there is no way this man can come. You remember tell you where I'm trying for doing Byron, a melting pot. Me I tell you where I'm do. When him build up them container house, I give the people them. And him ready for the land. All him have to do is just take off the container them off of the land. Him now have a bull down the house, like down so. So that him a try to do. So the all right. In the first half, Byron, this could have worked temporary for the people them
Yes.
just get something. But
Yes.
you can't build them thing here permanently for the people them because them you can't hold strong breeze.
Exactly.
The tree will drop down in this and the container busting bending too. Light pole will drop down on them thing here. You understand? And one other thing what me I say, Byron, come in and cut out the program,
No, man.
Me I go and watch.
Yeah.
But send a video come here.
Yes.
With the Norman Manley School. With the pile of rubbish in front of Norman Manley School
Yes.
and the primary school. That Maxfield Park Primary. True, me talk about it last week. The people them kind of burn out some of the rubbish them not take it up but them burn out some of the rubbish like the light posts and them thing there.
Yes.
And the rubbish build up back after last week. And me call me, Me announce it and I tell the mayor, I say, Mayor, come do something to this because we are gonna have disease at town too. We are gonna have disease. Because they left up by Rose as a man them thing there. Rata Harbor, Iron, Rata Harbor, Rocha Harbor, everything a harbor that's on the speaking of them. It's not a meter from the school and it's crossway the road from the school. So rat I go full up in the school them. And infect the people them, go on in the water. You understand?
Yes, man.
Yeah, man. So next week before I go back on the ground, Byron, I'm gonna go see if the people them are getting help because it don't look like nothing are going on. Few look at things are going on now, but the government now do nothing for our fame side. You see?
Yes.
So soon as I go back down there, you are gonna know what I want.
All right, my brother.
Definitely.
All
Yeah.
right. All right.
Respect and manner.
Blessings, my brother. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So you hear that in terms of Sean observation. Yes, Martin Pat, go ahead.
Yeah, and as it relates to what Sean just said about the whole heap of garbage at the two school, Norman Manley and Maxwell Park Primary, that is a matter for the NSMM, National Solid Waste Management Team, and them to deal with that. You understand? Yeah, so Sean can call back to them people and make them aware of the situation. Now, as I was, going through the whole aspect of these container houses, yeah, I don't want to elaborate more on it because, it is so bad on behalf of the government to institute a housing solution like this. When Andrew Wallace take up so much money and give to him friend Dexim, yeah, and them that NHT money, NHT contributor money. And this guy don't deliver upon nothing because it was a Ponzi scheme between Andrew and this guy Dexim.
Exactly.
Yeah, but now Andrew find it so hard, yeah, to utilize NHT contributor fund to build proper houses to give Jamaicans. And I'm asking the question why? Because Andrew does not care about Jamaica and Jamaicans' life, Because if you care about Jamaica, the country, you build strong, durable houses so that the housing situation in a Jamaica can maintain itself. You understand? And if you care about Jamaicans in your country, here's a time for you give Jamaicans some jobs. Male and female, carpenters, masonry, painter, everybody have to work. You understand? But Andrew bring in overseas people into Jamaica life. So you find out the Chinese them are the solution for Jamaica housing problem, Jamaica road problem, Jamaica bridge problem, and even mechanical problem. You understand? Them don't control the wholesale and supermarket supply chain. So how much more can the Jamaican bear at the hands of this barbaric government? This guy Andrew Wallace, who is so evil to the people in the country. Yeah? Because as I say, you have to watch him carefully, He want to move the people from where they are to create a political spectrum to enhance a certain constituency. Because what you gonna have now, is people from the People's National Party, put into an era that is a Jamaica Labour Party stronghold. Now, and that's so them have to go vote because that's so them register. That have a week over there so when it beat him. This guy, that's why I'm have the GIS system,
Geotagging.
And all these things, yeah. Because I have the geographic intelligence system, where I want to spy out the place and then I have the geotagging. Why Andrew Wallace would come up with stuff like this at this critical junction? Why? We think different, so we have to ask him these questions. Remember, them try to do it over Portmore, Them try to do it. to bring certain political boundary in favor of them. And they will do it in this exercise program where I try to institute by moving people, creating a housing scheme in our GLP era, move the people them from up there, so say this is a housing solution and live as a permanent. You can't vote which part you used to vote before, you know. Cannot. So the vote go over there and it go and have no value. Because you can't put up 5 against 10. 10 are going to beat 5 at all time. But over there, say you weaken it. And then they do what they want to do with them land there and build up some place because this guy is very strategical when it comes to mindset to do criminality and corruption work. We have to make him know, so we are watching keenly with that. And we are telling people them say, don't give up on the home on the land where we live on. We don't want it rebuilt. We don't need to be moved and placed in some strategical housing scheme where this guy has created. We don't want can do the farming around in the home and raising the local livestock. Putting in a housing scheme that is not a part of a housing scheme. We don't have no land space to do these things. The houses are so close to each other, you can't raise an animal. So on the farming aspect is going to be taken away as well. So a lot of factor has to be taken into consideration, right? Now I want to look back on a certain topic where you mentioned, you know, people must be given opportunity. And I endorse that 100%, Sir Byron. Yeah? Because without our Jamaican people, yeah, being offered the opportunity to work, our economy will always remain where it is. And
Exactly.
our people's life will be in ruins and remain in a state of poverty. So Andrew Wallace is not delivering on his promised prosperity. Number one, right? Number two, yeah, this government will always defend crony capitalism. And so people from crony capitalism institution like the World Bank will always defend Andrew Wallace. So this is why this woman is bigging up Andrew Wallace, yeah, a guy who has not performed to the mere minimum. Sub-zero prime minister. You understand? So we have to make sure no, we highlight these type of practice that we know, yeah, exist with the Jamaica Labour Party and capital investors. Yeah. So we are pushing back on that as usual because we are here in the space to let our people understand fully how Andrew play in chess game. And I yield back the floor to you, my brother.
Wonderful, wonderfully stated, my brother. Wonderfully stated. Right. And you know, we have to get when we look on the opportunity that exists, right, where Andrew Holness, I am trying to understand Andrew Holness politics. Because the opportunity exists now where for the political optics, right? If I were in Andrew Holness space, it is a time now that me are going to use NHT, right? To make sure that, okay, all right, we deal with some funding in terms of the program, in terms of building some concrete structure, right? As it relates to container homes, which is much more cheaper, right? Now, the amount of construction homes that we can put out, concrete homes that we can put out, based on what Andrew Holness is saying, that the container homes, these people will not be getting them even before December. They will not. They will not. But if you look, if you send in X amount of construction worker, right, in the program right now, up and running right now, right? And you said, okay, all right, you're going to kickstart the economy, right, with this. This is the opportunity to kickstart the economy, right? A lot of people, you understand, would definitely be benefited. Definitely be benefited. Number one, You understand? You'd have now given them some purchasing power. Right? The amount of young youths would be employed and women would be employed, and you understand me, deal with it, get the thing up and running, and trust me, it would be amazing. But the question that we're asking, Andrew Wallace know this, you know. So the question now, with the critical thinkers, why Andrew Wallace is doing this? Now, Andrew Wallace is doing, because guess what? If you run the NHT program like that, right? Remember now, I mean, checks and balance have to provide it, because it is the People's National Party who is running the PAAC, and every government expenditures now, you understand them, they have oversight on it. They have oversight on it. Right? Now, you want to use the container system, you use the emergency funds, where you know have as much oversight on that. This is what I deal with. And then, of course, his friends who are going to be the persons who are responsible, right, for these situations. It is wrong as it relates to Andrew Honest, who, I mean, his wife is a real estate dealer. Him, Andrew Honest, involved in real estate. Right? Norman Brown, when of inside of his office, right? They run real estate. Edmund Bartlett, they run real estate. So when you look now, you understand the sole purpose why he's doing this, you understand, because there's some benefit that he's going to get from it. So he's not in it to uplift the people's life. Not in it to uplift the people's life. And let me give him my next idea. Let me give him my next idea again. All of these concrete homes that you could have now constructed in the area to increase more purchasing power in the people's hand. All of these persons who were affected in the hurricane passage, Melissa passage, right? Melting pot, if I were the government, what I would have done is to make sure them people that come off of the grid. Me help them come off of the grid. Simple means that they are not going to face any high increase, you understand, from JPS. Me have them off of the grid. When I have them off of the grid, it simply means the savings that they have in terms of paying electricity bill and the savings that they would have from that, you understand, that increased purchasing power. And then, you understand, you can do a slow rollover as it relates to when you look at it for like a 2 years or 3 years period, right? And you understand, all right, how sustainable that situation is. You take time, sort of ease parishes to parishes, you understand, make them more, you understand, as it relates to renewable energy sensitive, sensitize the nation about renewable energy, and you take time, you understand, reducing people from off the grid. Because if you're willing, you understand, to help Jamaica, right, as it relates to upward mobility and nation building, that is what you are going to do, but it is not your willingness. You know that fossil fuel tie with crony capitalism, and you're a crony capitalist. So all what I have seen is the interest to save crony capitalists as it relates to Darrell Valls, putting out the interest to save JPS. You understand? And so then of course, people can still get the defects and effects from fossil fuel, where now the government should be, you understand, using this opportunity, you understand, to wean themselves slowly from off the grid. You tell me if that no more positive, you know, might be me duncer than the rest, you know. Might be me duncer than the rest. But I am saying, okay, a hurricane happened, Category 5, if you really want to help those people, right? You have a cap ban of 150 million US. Start with that, right? That definitely can bring up, you understand, all the homes, right? And number one, remember, you know, melting pot is not every home him going to build from scratch, you know.
No.
For many of them, is on the roof him going to put on, you know. So I will perceive
Right.
that, you know. Plenty of them, you understand, not destroy from foundation and everything just get destroyed. Plenty of them is on the roofing. You understand? But the ones who totally destroy, right? And for the ones who have roofing, don't bother with JPS back in there, so as it relates to your push fossil fuel and a push crony capitalism, you understand, to have a stronghold on Jamaica. Now, right here, so now, if you introduce, as it relates to the food basket and solar energy in there, you understand, and sensitize people as it relates to renewable energy, particularly solar energy, right? You could be able to manufacture cheaper because you are not using fossil fuel energy, which is more expensive. You are going to now help the nation as it relates to the food basket area. You understand, sensitizing them as it relates to renewable energy. You understand, make them now start to utilize renewable energy, and where you would have seen a lot of savings over time. Number one, the high energy cost, you understand, would be totally right evaded. We don't need to figure this out. We don't need to figure this out. Number two, that within itself, as it relates to the savings from that, is going to increase what we call purchasing power. That is going to help now to build the economy. Want to tell me if me make sense, you know? Tell me if me make sense. Because we have roughly about 6 to 7 parishes that are affected. Why not use this opportunity? I don't know the sort of, how should I put it, the brain capacity of them JLP administrators here. These people who legislate policies on our behalf. Because number one, I am telling you, if I were the Prime Minister, and I am going to definitely having a comeback from Hurricane Melissa, why am I not going to use this opportunity to wean myself from the grid, to win a portion or a percentage of the people off the grid, the people who are suffering immediately? So you give them house, you get a chance now to make Jamaica stronger and better from that area. And you can use it now, you understand, as a test project. Say you put that in now, and you watch it for 5 years, and you can now make a comparison because you have a test project where you watch to say, okay, all right, let us look at how these people's lives, right, being improved over a 5-year period. All right, all the affected areas that we wean them from the grid, right, and have, you know, better homes, right, as it relates to building the new building code as it relates to Hurricane 5. How they are going to improve their life, right? When you look on that and you measure it now, you have a comparison to make now. You understand? How are they managing or coping within that 5-year period? You understand? As opposed to people who still, you understand, on fossil fuel. You bring in now, you understand, and do an intensive research. And if the research tell you that, okay, all right, all these people who were affected by Hurricane Melissa, you understand, and based on the new structural home development, but importantly, you understand, the ones are now using renewable energy. What we have seen there, a lifestyle that now increase, upward mobility now increase, but no, you don't want the data there. You don't want the data there, Andrew Honest. You want to suffer the people them. You want to suffer the people of your own personal use, and you're going to tell me that you have civil engineer in Jamaica. You have people in certain institutions who can talk to, you understand, come out and talk against this government. More than sit, you understand, in silence, not doing anything, and watch Andrew Holness holding Jamaicans by the neck and squeezing the life out of Jamaica. That is what you are doing. That is what we are doing. We need to get up. What Bob Marley say? Get up, stand up for your right. Because we know that what we are saying makes sense. I would like whosoever doing the research in terms of what I just said, no, Mystic Sensation, you are wrong. What the Prime Minister is doing is better than what you are suggesting. I am suggesting, right, to make the concrete structures permanent for these people, building them with new building code as it relates to Category 5, making sure that these people, right, get weaned from off the system, fossil fuel, which is not good for the environment, not good for so it's a win-win situation for us. You are now giving you are giving now the opportunity to have a more healthier environment. You are now giving the opportunity for these people to increase purchasing power. And in the interim, you understand, if we are producing and manufacturing more, we will be now having the opportunity to do what? Export more and import less. And in extension, what that does? Bring down inflation. So you are going to tell me, Andrew Holness, what I am saying is nonsense? Or you consider the fact in terms of what I am saying? Because you know what? Many of the people who are getting benefit, based on what I am saying now, it hurt them. It hit them pocket, it hit them profit. Them no one go in a that. And that's why we say democratic socialism for the people. Now, look at this in terms of what I show you. Now, people, watch this now. I see Edmund Bartlett. Watch this now, people. Ghana Sandals Duns River. And him have the people them get up. And he's telling the people why they need to, right, be weary and coming out and work, right? Go back to work and blah, blah, blah. Now, let me say this. I am not saying anything wrong with that. But I am saying to Edmund Bartlett, why you don't look at the people condition and ask your government to quickly invest in human capital? Simple means. Look at those people who are affected, right? And try to help them. A healthy workforce is good for the system. It's good for the system. Now let me make the people hear what Edmund Bartlett is saying here. Look at this, people. Look at what I'm saying here. I want you to listen to it.
Well, you know we're going to be bringing in some very important people to come and spend some time with you, yes? Yes? Yes. Not these important people here today, you know, we have some other important people coming on the 3rd to showcase just how ready Status Duns River is to invite our clients to come back home. But we thought, prior to doing that, the minister and the delegation wanted to spend some time with us to see exactly what the Status 2.0 is all about. So you're going to tell me what 2.0 is all about? Yes? Anyway, I know you're shy. So you're shy because of the minister, not because of me. Because that's not the way you behave when I'm here. So I just wanted to bring the minister here to have him say a few words to you about what it is that tourism is doing, why it is so important for us to get back on track and to bring our visitors back here, and especially why we're going to make sense of something that they can feel at home. So, Minister, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy, and thank you, family, for coming out, because so much has happened in the last few weeks, certainly since October 25th. Almost a new chapter is being written in Jamaica's history and in your lives and mine. And it is a chapter which is going to conclude with a statement of resilience, a statement of strength, a statement which will have renewal all over it, and innovation and reimagining, and all the green words that is going to recreate the renewal, and is going to make you into the person that you really should be, and the destination into the destination of aspiration, where the rest of the world will look on and say, yes, they did say them little, but them power, but it's true. So our industry that you are an integral part of is central to this recovery, essential to the economic recovery of Jamaica. As over 50%, as you know, of the foreign exchange that we generate comes from tourism, where we employ directly and indirectly over 300,000 people, or 20% of the employed people in the country are employed to tourism. You know, we got a call from somebody today to ask, what is the impact of Melissa on tourism? I said, well, we're calculating still. And he said, yes, we want to know, because the entertainers don't have any work because the hotels are closed. Multiply that by N and talk now about all the other people from all the other sectors that have no work because the hotels are closed. So it is important that the hotels become, let me hear, it's important that the hotels become? Absolutely. But we cannot open without you. Today's tour is part of the statement that we want to make, that we are recovering together. That in COVID, we were recovering together apart, but in Melissa, we are recovering together.
Let me just stop this, because trust me, the more I listen to this, it just turn my stomach, really and truly. One would ask, Mystic Sensation, why this turn your stomach? Well, let me explain. You see, you have to understand the greed of crony capitalists. And what they're interested in is to generating the profit. Yes, we want the people to get back. We want some sense of normalcy. But where am I going? As he speaks there, and he's trying to lend himself in terms of that we are all suffering. Right, it all depends on who you talk when you talk about all suffering, because obviously he doesn't, right, live into the situation where hundreds of our people are living in, not having a shelter over their heads. not having a shelter over them head. Him, of course, not one day get up and dying for thirst, want a bucket of water for drink and can't get it. He has access to that. Food for days, going out without food for days. He has not experienced that. His government, why am I upset with all of this? His government have billions, tons of AIDS, and going now into a month, many of those who suffer have not seen or gained access or have access to any government persons who are giving them aid. It is the same Jamaican and people in the diaspora who are finding these people. And these people who have the equipment, the technology, cannot find these people. And the suffering continues. The marginalization of distribution of packages continues. And Andrew Holness and Edmund Bartlett go into parliament and say, no, that is not taking place. And even when you have evidence and even showing them the evidence and showing the world the evidence, them say, no, that is not taking place. And here he is, going down to the very same people who have been affected and who have family affected. He's telling them that in spite of what's going on, think about the hotel and getting it up and ready. And simultaneously, the government, right, is dealing with the marginalization of the distribution of packages. The government is politicizing. The government makes sure that he took ADPEM under his responsibility and doing what with ADPEM. We have seen that the man changed the management structure of ADPEM, put in an office. And yet the person who he puts there cannot answer questions mounted by Damian Crawford. Look weak and confused. And so yes, while we want to see normalcy and all of that, what this government is doing to ensure that one, we try to work back our way fast to normalcy. But Meg, what is the plan? So when we ask, what is the plan for Andrew Holness to talk about 5,000 container homes for China to provide that? China is a superpower country, strong and better economy, one of the best economy, if it is not the #1 economy in the world.
Second.
Right? Now, well, we know that the United States, them say United States is the first, but me don't believe that because you can't be the first when you owe China how much money. So, I don't care what they want to say.
China owe them too. But, you know, on the
You understand?
international index, US then China.
Exactly. Well, you know, them going to shape them index to suit themselves. Right? Everything, you understand, them send a China to build. China building it for them. You understand, them Nike factory, them Adidas, them this, them that, everything they are China, them are built. So, you understand. But them say what they must have for them index that. Just like this way here. You understand I say why I say? You understand me I say? You understand? So we ground that, you know, we ground that because we are critical thinkers. But I am saying, right, that we need to know What is the plan going forward? What is the plan? Because it couldn't be the plan that you want to put people in container home. But you know very well, Andrew Honest. You understand that concrete structures, you understand, is more better, more affordable, more sustainable, and in all of the good. When we talk about the category of good and bad, concrete structure is all in the good column. And the container structure all in the bad column. But yet, Andrew Honest, yet you're still going there. Stiff-necked fool. You're still going there to do what? To kill off our people. Because number one, how are you going to formulate the structure? Are you going to put them a pike and make it very strong and bolt it down? No, you're not going to do that. You're just going to lay a flat up base, maybe some little concrete, something like what we soon do already. And that just cannot be safe. Cannot be safe. You know said cannot be safe. But yet you come out here and tell lie. You have to lie that you have studied. Right? And you come to your agreement in terms of based on what your study showing you, this is the way to go, this is the better route to go. You know it is damn lie. Oh, it is the better route to go. But number one, you're not going to get them in by December. So if you're talking about a quick fix, let us talk for yourself. Let us talk for yourself here a bit. If you're talking about a quick solution and a quick fix, you came out of your own mouth. Out of your own mouth. You're not going to get them for December. You're not going to get them. And then when they come in, bureaucracy, you're going to use bureaucracy. You understand? Many people are not going to get. So then what is your plan? Because that you're executing look to me like land grabbing. And that is the truth about the matter. And you are going to be benefited. We have seen how you use NHT with DEXIM. So that if you mean the country any good, why did you do that? Why did you do that? We have seen that you yourself and Edmund Bartlett, involved. You market Edmund Ridge. You marketed Edmund Ridge in such a way that when they listen to you as a snake eyesman, when they listen to the snake eyesman, pretty on the marketing, the way how you deliver the message for the people of Jamaica as it relates to Edmund Ridge. You give them such hope that they are buying into something that, oh, amazing. That sort of trickery remind me how you and your friend lowered people into Cash Plus. The things where you tell them about Cash Plus. Oh, Cash Plus is an entity that, okay, all right, you get 10% on your money every month. Just watch the aisle, snakes, man. Skill at your craft. And so then they bring in a lot of people in a Cash Plus. You're your friend. And what you do? Yes, when you reach your objective, whoops, you draw the carpet from under your feet. And you benefited awesomely. But it didn't stop there for you. It didn't stop there for you. You think, yes, I'm feeling it. I am making it. You look over our length. And you gone over our length. And your friend again. And the next mission, selling. The aisle salesman working their way. Selling information. Investors coming in. Oh yes, 10% every month. And you caught them again. And you write them again, Andrew Honest. and we're owing to give the Jamaica Labour Party $5 million US, $5 million US. You did not stop there, Andrew Holness. You have not stopped there. Your criminality have not stopped there. But again, you shape SSL. When the People's National Party realize what is SSL, the People's National Party shut them down. Let us start this morning. The People's National Party shut them down. Take away their license. But you were just dying for the opportunity. Because you're involved in Cash Plus 2006. You're involved with all in 2007. And by 2011, you get a taste of being the Prime Minister. 2012, you lose the election. And so then when Portia Simpson realized who was SSL, Portia Simpson what? Take away their license, discipline them. But you couldn't wait. And as you rise 2017, what you do? You gave them back the license. You gave them back the license. You and Daryl Vars smile. Daryl Vars now start to manage several JP accounts in SSL. Want to go tell God say. And again, of course, Gene and Panton on top of it. The luxurious sales pitch. Oh yes, SSL will take you, give you the future of the life that you deserve. Invest with us. And so then even all a Bolt get captured. Even Bolt got captured. But right now, I don't say much about him, You understand? Because guess what? When a man blind, him blind. Right? But when you look, him, the old lady who saved all of her millions of dollars, work hard and save. Oh, yes, you tell mommy, yes, mommy, this is a nice place to invest your money. Within a month, man, you see the, of course, increase in your interest. What happened to mommy now? What happened to mommy money, Andrew? But you dare not, let me say to people, let me speak the Bible. You dare not touch you cross carry. You can't touch you cross carry. And you know why you can't touch you cross carry? You cannot touch you cross carry because you cross carry is only a front. It is you, Andrew Holness, is the CEO for the level of criminality that you have committed. And guess what? The people defend. The PSOJ defend you. The PSOJ want you to be there, even though they know that your statutory declaration cannot be certified and will never able to be certified. But the PSOJ wants you there because you being there, of course, they can continue with denying beach access. Continue to take over the beach land. And of course, Portland, a vast land. The level of criminality that you people corrupted the entire Jamaica. You are a disease, you're a virus in our politics. But you think, yes, you have your salesmen like the Big Mama, the Jaws Davis, because yes, they can do the PR, they can do the spinning. They can get into the minds of the people and trick them and fool them. And you think that, yes, I arm myself with a powerful PR team. But let me tell you something, Andrew. That day when you step into the judiciary, that day, December 8th, is one of those days that is going to begin with your fall. Let me ease and put your melting pot in the space. Melting pot, what say you on this matter?
Wonderfully said and delivered, Sir Byron. And you know, I have to come in das and, you know, add more fuel to the fire.
Definitely.
Because I don't listen to criminals, you know. I don't have no time for criminal, white collar criminal in a society, elected criminal in parliament. I don't have no time for them. And where Andrew Wallace and Edmund Bartlett is concerned, we can attribute the word criminal to them two guys there. Yeah? We know about them Edmund Ridge Housing Development Program. We see who are the sale representative. Yeah? And we know that is another con, trick, and lie. Where them can and trick and lie to the investor who invest in those houses. Yeah? But we could take a look now upon Edmund Bartlett as the man in charge of tourism in the country. Yeah? And we know fully well that tourism in Jamaica, yeah, as much as them want to publicize and promote tourism, Jamaica not really benefit from tourism, The
No,
country itself is 6 cents we get out of each tourist dollar.
exactly.
6. Okay? So if the tourists come at Jamaica and spend a bag of money, make no money off of one tourist. Yeah, it depends on how much dollar them spend. You make 6 Jamaican cents out of each dollar where a tourist spend. Yeah? But when you talk about lies, trick and con, just listen to Edmund Bartlett. Because the people, I want to endorse a comment in the comment section by Georgia Lynch, where she said the people I sit down there, I idiot. I listen to a man a chat garbage. Yeah? Because we all know our tourist sector worker, yeah, them salary and minimum wages, it meager for the type of service where them a deliver, for the type of money where the big investors them charge the visitor them, where the worker get a spittance. Nothing. So for him come a whole meeting with employee, yeah, ordinary employee, it tell you so how desperate them is to continue to enrich themselves. Because without these employees, who they pay minimum wage, not livable wage, minimum wage, yeah, who them deprive of tips and all these things. Without them, the tourist sector can't move. So what I try to do now is come energize them. And them use some word like resilience, strength, and little but talawa. And we all in it together.
Can you imagine?
No, the workers them not in it, for the togetherness of the tourism sector, where them benefit like hope at top, I mean, I was say them for benefit to the tune of the same percentage. But them people they are the top of the tourism sector. Them can enjoy a life. Them can take a holiday out of the country. Them live outside the country. But they are privileged based on them returns to enjoy holiday. While the worker them who work in our tourism sector can't even think of it. Can't even put food on them table. But him come out now and try to re-energize them to get back the tourism sector up and running. Yeah? But you don't see him with the shareholders them, I tell the shareholders them, say, we hear what happen now. We need to do something for them worker here, we get mash up. Yeah, we need to have a thing like a furlough scheme where we provide them with some, portion of them salary, make them can have a normal life or a semi-normal life till we restore back the sector. You hear that come from the nastiness, The old criminal Edmund Bartlett, when we know him a criminal. You understand? You hear him come and talk to the people, because the people are them slave. You understand? And until my people who are working in the tourism industry realize the number of people where this guy come talk about 300,000 of my Jamaican people were employed directly and indirectly in the tourism sector. But yet still this vast amount of worker cannot be represented by a union. This piece of shit need to understand, say, we're not dealing with slavery anymore. We're not dealing with that. Because union must be a representative of the workers. So the workers can have a rights in the workplace. And when you have 300,000 people who are not represented by a trade union, then you know you can handle them like dog and rubbish or anything. You understand? And them have to just suck it up because there is no representative on their behalf. And so what you do? You bully and you manangle them. But now you see the need for them, you see how important they are to the sector. So you running around, you know, with sandals, don't river workforce. Now, that is a goddamn shame for the tourism minister. Yeah? And so we have to lay down the letter of the law to him. These people need to be unionized and recognized by the tourist industry. It cannot be that you have these people in modern 21st century not being represented by a union. Now let us look as it relates to, you know, you making a very substantial, you know, input into the Jamaica society being heavily charged for electricity. And you having the idea, which we share all along, that this period of time throughout the hurricane passage would be a very fundamental time to introduce renewable energy by way of solar system. And so we are calling on, you know, the powers that being to take on board these logistic solutions. Because what it would do, every time there's a hurricane, you know, GPS have to be putting up back power line in terms of erecting back light posts and all these things. And that is a very expensive exercise. Now, we know the whole system that is in place, yeah, with the fossil fuel. This is what these guys want because they make more money from this adventure. So they don't want to, you know, incorporate any new idea. And we're talking about idea as to where the world is heading to. You understand? A lot of countries has, you know, utilized solar system as a means of energy supply. Now Jamaica have it abundantly, wasting 96 degrees worth of heat, but it's not being utilized. But we continue to import barrels of fuel. And what we are doing, we are using up our foreign exchange resource. But as we look at renewable energy, would have saved a lot. And what that would have done, that would have, you know, given investors interest to come and invest in Jamaica. Currently, investors are deterred from investing in Jamaica based on the high electricity cost to operate in Jamaica. Another aspect of key vital component is that if you introduce this system now, these people who are badly damaged by Hurricane Melissa would have, you know, retained a lot of, you know, purchasing power in their possession. Instead of paying JPS that money, they could have used that same money to continue to rebuild back their infrastructure as it relates to their home and put more food on their table, and that would bring down poverty by at least even 15%. Now, this government does not think, you know, in the way that a government who cares for a nation operate. We know this government operate. This government operate on a capitalistic ticket. And that ticket only represents the big boys. And so all my Jamaicans who think highly of the Jamaica Labour Party and critical of the People's National Party, you need to take a stock. Take a stock, because the People's National Party slogan is democratic socialism. Now the word social means bringing people together. Capital is a thing that separate themselves from the common. Okay? And so the policy that would have enhanced Jamaican life is the democratic socialism policy. That now gives everybody equal opportunity, yeah, to grow themselves and not being held to ransom by the big powers that be. So the fundamental key aspect, my Jamaican people have to start think wise, yeah. This is why Michael Manley introduced Jamal, because I want everybody to can understand when I talk to them. You want people within the society to elevate themselves, because him say what? Knowledge is power. Him no want when him talk to you, understand him, but you just a clap and a ring bell. Him want you understand what him say. And there's a fundamental reason why him want you to understand him. Because him is not tricking you. The Jamaica Labour Party trick, con, and lie them way in society. And this is why they don't pay any respect or regard to education, because they want to keep people dunce. You understand? But when you have knowledge, you have a power of sense that can teach you right from wrong. And so, in this case, yeah, this housing solution, yeah, Andrew Wallace know the people them not have no understanding and nothing, majority of them, So him can roll out a hanky-panky program and them buy into it. Because them don't think beyond the sight of the object when present to them. No, these houses are so fashionable fabricated that they look good. Are they good? No, they're not good. These houses are a death trap. It's like a death warrant. Once a 4 or a 5 each in of them, they mash up. And you can't predict the score of a hurricane. You understand? So Andrew Wallace, if he was a leader who cares for the Jamaican people, he would have got the right way. Yeah? Andrew Wallace would have utilized the National Housing Trust Fund, yeah, to build proper houses, yeah, using a new building code, yeah, using new planning regulation as it relates to proper infrastructure, so that you can mitigate the circumstance of what we see happen in Melissa. Yeah. Reduction in damage is a part of government planning. As a government, you have to plan to minimize the cost effect of a hurricane. So what you're going to do? You're going to use the policy that will withstand and stood the test of time. And that is concrete house built from out of the earth. Yeah? The base coming from out of the earth. Not like this container where you put on top and think that the weight of the structure of the container can withstand the force of a 180 to 85 category 5 hurricane like Melissa. It will blow away and people will become a statistic on the casualty list. And then what that does, that leave a lot of people, yeah, to be mourning the loss of their loved ones. Because remember, Life is paramount over everything else, you know. Forget about your car and your house. You can't build back that. Can't replace life. So Andrew Wallace, we are talking to you once again. Melting pot and mystic there. Reconsider this container structure houses as a permanent solution. We will accept it being introduced as a temporary housing solution. But where you mention scheme, that leave me cause for concern. That tell me that you are thinking about permanently giving these people these houses as the solution to their housing situation. Now we have to look at the government in more in-depth analysis, because we know everything is designed and geared around political points being scored in a time of, great distress in Jamaica. We have seen where scan regard is paying to a lot of constituency. We have seen where the People's National Party representative are not being a part of, the whole process, as it relates to Hurricane Melissa. Where their participation is concerned, it is non-existent. Now I think that if you join hand with the next hand, it's a way of strength and unity. It's a way of bringing solution easier, better, and quicker for the people who need the help and assistance of the government. And so by not, being in partnership with the People's National Party as the opposition in the country, it tells me and a lot of Jamaicans that Andrew Wallace have something in mind. And we know that this guy does not like to, be in the foreground. I mean, in the background. Him like for being at the foreground where you can't see him. Because I'm nothing. And what I'm not with, is criminality and corruption. Yeah. And right now, even the distribution of the things that will come for the Jamaican, by overseas contributors, who see the needs to assist Jamaican. This guy sit down upon them. Him sit down upon them because him like to play political football. Him like to play gutter politics. And him like to victimize, people life. So when him come in with a system, that system of marginalization, where him look and see where and who him attend to. And if him reach over your section, so be it. But him don't prioritize certain place. Because I'm marginalize the people who don't support him and victimize them, and also suppress the member of parliament for these people by not allowing them to be a part of the exercise that we have in Jamaica, where member of parliament should be there to assist the people who they represent, should be able to offer them some form of help. When you look at $10 million being offered to member of parliament by Andrew Wallace government, that is I tell you, I don't know if you call that, but that is not even a spit in the bucket. Because you have signed where I mean 17 million and 12 million, One little sign, It don't even take up a square. But you talk about vast amount of land that form a constituency that this guy offer the member of parliament them 10 million and in some case 5 million as restoration aid package. Andrew, you need to think again, man. Because the money where you get, is to rebuild back Jamaica and the people in life in Jamaica, It's not a money where you go and score half, and distribute in them 28 bank account, Me, I warn you, because we know for a fact that this is how you operate. You make mention in our press conference about people telling lie on you as it relates to various exercise that you undertake, such as the pandemic and burial. But the lie where you're telling, everybody know you tell a lie. Because hundreds of thousands of people in Jamaica never benefit from nothing will come for them in the pandemic, nor in a burial. Yeah, you leave them out of the cold because them don't form part of your political fan base. So they were left out in the cold. And a lot of them have to do GoFundMe page and call friends and family overseas to get assistance while you scrape the whole of the money will come in for the people. And so this is why the Jamaican people were crying out to the international community not to send the money to you directly because they're not going to get it. Now, that hurt you, yeah? Because in the eyes of the international leader, you were exposed again by the people who didn't want your help because your help is a help of victimization, marginalization, and suppression. So the people them rather know say some charitable people or reputable people is in control of the funds. Yeah? Because we brought the attention to the Jamaican citizen. The fact that you dismantled ATPEM was a sign of the direction that you choose to, take in this whole exercise. You didn't want any transparency or accountability. You want to be in control. Yeah. When I know in a time of disaster and in the country, the two parties come together, join hands and hands together and work in tandem. But you decide to go it alone. And in so doing, there comes the flood of corruption once again. Several people have not been seen by any form of, people coming to give them any aids. No, they've not been seen up till now, 5 weeks after Hurricane Melissa. And so the situation remains one of deplorable condition and the Jamaica Labour Party government. The system needs to change. No prime minister should never entertain the thought of having so many agencies under him umbrella in his office. None. Because what that is saying and what that is doing, it is saying to everyone that you is a dictator. And what it is doing, it is hurting the Jamaican people who does not support you. Because we need reputable agents, yeah, to be in charge of certain program in Jamaica. ADPEM was the agent that was in charge of, disaster management. And they would have done a better job than what you are doing at the moment. A lot of people wouldn't be crying. I wouldn't be seeing, video clippings of mother crying, literally on the dirt, crying for help for she and her 2 kids. And not crying because she's outside without a roof. Crying because they are starving, nothing to eat or drink. And when a mother can cry and show herself in that way to the entire world, it's bad for the Jamaican government led by Andrew Wallace. Because it shows a lack of care. It shows a lack of humanitarian. It shows you have no sympathy nor empathy for the people that are in need and who are suffering. And so I think it's time that the people in Jamaica wake up to the realization that the country does not have a leader that cares for the people of Jamaica. This administration must go based on what we know to be fact in terms of corruption. Are we talking about high-level corruption, High-level corruption that we have 2 figures, yeah, in terms of corruption, destroying the wealth of the country, the $3 trillion that cannot be accounted for. And there's another report from 2010 up to 2025 that shows that corruption has taken away 6,144,200+ out of taxpayers' money. We all know, because the statistician has presented the figures, and they are credible figures, because credible studies and investigation was done to uncover these high level of corruption. And so we now look at the situation, and then we ask ourselves the question, had Jamaica retained all of these money that has gone down the drain to corruption, wouldn't Jamaica be able to build back itself without having to be asking for money from World Bank and all these places? Because the estimated cost is 1.24 trillion US. Yeah? And I mean, we know that we had more than that, but it's gone to corruption. And where Andrew Wallace is concerned, he is the head of corruption. He is the mastermind of corruption in the last 2 decades in Jamaica. And I yield back the floor to you, my brother.
All right, Melting Pot. Well said, my brother. Now, Jamaica, remember, Melting Pot, who me and Melting Pot come for right now? Yeah, man, the lady from the World Bank. Yes, come in front of the class, and you will come for. Right? Yes. Now, let us just play what you have to say as it relates to how you reminisced Andrew Holness, right, claim that if he is to grade himself, because that is what Andrew Holness send the signal to show you how you are protecting crony capitalism, because you are all crony capitalists and Neo Colonialists. So here is Andrew Holness now sending the signal out. Yes, my response, if I am to grade myself, and I grade myself, I grade it very hard, he would have given himself an A-. Can you imagine, people? Well, I am going to embarrass this lady. Embarrass her. To show you that you are a big hypocrite and you are just selling in the narrative in supporting crony capitalists and protecting the status quo. I am going to show you evidence by evidence. Now let us hear you first. You understand? Defending, of course, your organization and who you stand for. Right? Let us show you that. Let us show the public. Right? In terms of what you're saying here. Now, and you know who is spinning it? As usual, Big Mama never run out of, you understand, the corruption and the spinning. Because Big Mama know why he's spinning it. I mean, come on, $1.8 billion owed in tax, right? You have to protect the government protecting you. All right, Melting Pot, but we are here. Now listen to this. Listen to this, my Jamaican people.
At the bank, Artesa Saldivar Sally told Nationwide yesterday that the Jamaican government's response to the fallouts from Melissa is world-leading. World-leading. This is what she said to us on Nationwide at 5 yesterday afternoon.
I worked in the biggest countries in the world. I worked in the smallest countries in the world. I worked in post-disaster reconstruction in Indonesia, China, the Philippines, Turkey. Guess what? It is world leading that your National Works Agency has framework contracts with all their contractors so that 6 days after landfall, you have 100 contractors all over Jamaica clearing roads. They're already there. They're stood up. These are contracting arrangements that are very rare, even in what we would think of as, sophisticated places.
That's from the senior infrastructure specialist at the World Bank, Artesa Saldivar Sali. And, you know, we are hard on ourselves, you know. We are hard on ourselves, but you heard what she said?
Yeah, reminiscent.
Our response has been nothing short of world leading.
Mm-hmm.
She also commended the government in Jamaica for establishing various disaster risk management funds.
The readiness and the forward thinking of the government in putting together all of the financial instruments that provided Jamaica with immediate liquidity to be able to conduct relief, response, and early recovery immediately. And so I think with these two examples and many, many others, I have to say, I have not seen anything like this. And as you say, this is not my first rodeo.
Wow. That's a senior infrastructure specialist at the World Bank, Artesa Saldivar Sali, yeah, saying the response of the Jamaican government to the destructive Hurricane Melissa is nothing short of world leading, forward thinking, yes? And some people will not like to hear that, yeah, and would not like to recognize that. But we have been doing pretty well. Yeah, pretty well.
Now, take away yourself. Take away yourself, because you know we are coming out, you know, so of course, right? You're in reverse psychology, right? That you have been doing pretty well. Now, let me talk to you. Tessa Saldivar. Let me talk to you. What matrix have you graded Andrew Honest on as it relates to preparation? Right? What matrix have you used? What matrix have you gone into the fields, right, and examined them? Now let me teach you something. Tessa Saldivar and any other professional person, right, who are listening to me are going to be in agreement with me. Let me just brush some things. Now, I am asking you, and I am asking Big Mama, I am asking Joss Davis. Let me ask you the question. Did you make an assessment on condition of shelters prior to Melissa landfall? Tessa Saldivar, may I ask you this? Did you make any assessment, right, as it relates to the preparation, as it relates to shelter, the condition of shelters? Well, let me give you, Telsa, this history. And let me give you facts that you need to know. They claim that they have 800 and odd shelters. Tessa, let me talk to you, Tessa. Tessa, do you know that not one of the shelters of the 800 is a hurricane-proof shelters? Not one. Not one, Tessa. Not one. So let me ask you a question, Tessa. A category 5 hurricane, as I come to you, who claim that you have gone through this, you have gone there and where, blah, blah, blah. Let me ask you, Tessa. Andrew Honest know very well that a category 5 pending weeks before. Right? Now I'm going to just boil it down to days. Because they were watching the system, they were monitoring the system. And let us talk about 3 days into landfall. Not one of the shelter Tessa. Because maybe you don't know, not one of the shelter Tessa did have water to sustain and food. People in the shelters were crying out that they have no food and no water in the shelters. Do you know, Tessa, that persons, one lady in the shelter, to show you that it wasn't hurricane proof, that shelter fell down and killed that lady? Do you know that, Tessa? Hold on. People are calling up because it's hot, you know. Yeah, can't talk, you know, me on my live. Can't talk, me on my live. Right? In Tessa, what do you know about the shelter? Have you gone around Jamaica, right, and tested the strength of the shelters? No. You have not done that. You have not done that. So what did you make your determination on? Okay, so based on the shelters, right, what grade would you have given Andrew Holness? Let me get down to you. Did you make an assessment on the conditions of our drainage system prior to landfall? Come on, Tessa, may I argue now? May I talk? I'm going to show up your corruption and show you how you people stay in terms of defending crony capitalism. Did you make an assessment? You and Big Mama. You and Big Mama and Joyce Davis. Did you make, right, an assessment on the drainage system and know to the fact that our drainage system was porous? And that was one of the issues that caused flooding in many areas. Do you know that? What assessment did you make on that? What we want to hear from you, we want to break it down in these categories. Shelters. Were the shelters hurricane proof? Were the shelters hurricane proof? How those people were treated while they were in shelters? Did you test that? Did you make an assessment on that, Telsa? No. You come to talk garbage and talk shit out of your mouth. Did you make an assessment on drainage? No. No. Let us go to the aftermath. How did Andrew Holness respond in terms of food distribution and water? Let me play some clip to you now and make you see them. Come tell us, come look on them clip here. And then you want to see. And you talk now. But we want you to talk on Telsa, talk on shelters preparation, talk on the drainage system, and talk about the response as it relates to the delivery. You understand? Of food supplies to the people. Those are the issues you need to talk on, Telsa. If you can't talk on them issues, shut up a thinking mouth. Oh, God, I'm bright. Now, me show you something now, Telsa. You and Big Mama turn up and look on this. Oh, God, I'm bright. You come in and come mix up your thing. You can intertwine with our politics and come trickle power politics. We know our politics. You don't come make no traffic direct and narrative on our politics. You are not grading Andrew Holness and the preparation of shelters number one where it failed miserably. You are not grading Andrew Holness and the drainage system where it failed miserably. I want you to come out, speak on the effing shelters, speak on the drainage system. You understand? And speak on the response after the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, how the food distribution go, and speak on ad pen. You understand? What sort of matrix you are great pan? Man, look at take for yourself, man. Now turn up and listen. You and Big Mama, turn up and listen this. Let me play the clip them. Let me play the clip, and them are something you want to hear. This you want to listen, Tessa. Listen to them something, Tessa. Oh, God, I'm bright. Listen to this. You listen to this.
A Jamaican man known as Daddy Classic broke down in tears as he issued a heartfelt plea to the country's leaders, accusing the government of failing to support citizens devastated by Hurricane Melissa. In an emotional video, he said the people have lost everything, yet he has seen billions of dollars in aid and multiple cargo planes of essential supplies arrive, but no meaningful change on the ground. Daddy Classic claimed that some of the income
forgot that hombre then him famous blow down to him always a video the place. We see the man a video all down a Black River. I better tell us that the place look like a when Russia flick a bomb in a Ukraine.
Hold on, my brother. We're not done with him yet, man. We could give them some more. You understand? Because since them love spread them propaganda, we could give them. So look, Tessa. May I show you all of them something I not tell, sir. You look on them something I tell, sir. Right? Let me give you what you need to see, tell, sir. You look
It's
on them.
heartbreaking. Never thought in a million years that I would be in the situation trying to get help, and with little to no communication. We can't reach no officials, no emergency teams. The best help we have received after the hurricane is from security personnel from the Lakovia police station who tried to get us medical assistance, but to date nobody has come because they too are flooded. They have lost their homes, and we're just not sure what to expect from this. But it feels like a total reset.
All right. Let us take that away. Right? And we have more to show you, Telsa. Stand up, Telsa, not going nowhere. Big Mama and Charles Davis. Stand up, man, not going nowhere, man. We're not talk about, you understand, the Prime Minister perform excellent. Yeah, man, you never know somebody there. Right? Stand up, man.
Hurricane Melissa, we're outside and we're now at Icon in Westmoreland. Guys, the damage in Westmoreland is very severe to a point where some of my neighbors don't have any home. Who have home now have no house stuff. My family is okay, we're okay. So Christopher Tufton came here with this helicopter over my head. There's a lot of persons out here because they stated that they're bringing care packages to Westmoreland. Some people don't have any food, no water, no toiletries, no nothing. And we're out here. Now look at this line right here. You see this line? You see this line? They're giving each person one patty, one apple, and a bottle of water. All these people are here. One patty, one apple, and a water. That's it. That's all we're getting. Some people have nowhere to live. There's no zinc, no zinc nail, no wood, no nothing. Thank God for this little concrete house we're living in because me and tell us say God bless we and we're able to help some persons around us. But if this is what Christopher Tufton came to Westmoreland to do, it makes no sense. Trust me, it makes no sense. We want our water commission.
All right, let me take that away, right? And let me just spend a few little minutes in talking to Telsa. So Telsa, let me ask you again. We want to know, how did you make your assessment? Did you make your assessment as it relates to the shelters, right? Where you personally visited those shelters, right? And where you would have determined that those shelters were hurricane proof and those shelters have adequate amenities in them as it relates to food and water, right? And certain necessities. Did you do that? Did you do that, madam? No, you haven't done that. You haven't done that. So where did you get your information from, right? So you know that you and Wayne Henry is working together. Because Wayne Henry is providing data without doing any census. You, madam, is providing data where you haven't gone, right, and made no assessment on these areas. So I'm giving you the matrix. Give us the matrix under shelter preparation, right? Drainage system, right? And of course, the respond in terms of distribution of poor relief items. Those three categories, I am asking you to provide a matrix in terms of the performance and come back and tell us. You come back and tell us, how did Andrew Holness perform? You think you are stupid? Eh? Let me tell you something. We know what you are doing. We know that you want crony capitalism to hold on and to the Caribbean. Just like how Donald Trump want to take over Venezuela's oil. And let me say this to you, let me open something, United States have sent, and I'm going to prove it Friday. Friday, I'm going to prove it. United States has sent 3 Chinook helicopters. Come. Darrell Vaz have given something away that I am going to ask now the JDF to respond. Now, Andrew Holness said him spend millions of dollars in terms of JDF. Now, Andrew Holness, let me ask you, how much helicopters JDF have? Let me ask you this. How much helicopters JDF have? Because based on what Darrell Vaz said, as it relates to when they received the 3 Chinook helicopters, and talking about 2 JDF helicopters, I want to know, anyone who is in the military, the group chat here, or anyone who can call and update me, because Jamaica, it want to appears, let me give a safe number, it want to appear that the JDF, Jamaica Defense Force, and this is one of the reasons why people are having problem in terms of getting certain distribution. It appears to me that the JDF, Jamaica Defense Force, had roughly about 3 helicopters in their total army, 3 helicopters. This is one of the reasons why Mark Golan have the difficulty in getting one of the helicopters. So Andrew Holness, how much you spend? You think that I fly over my head? That not fly over Mystic Sensation head. Come out and tell Jamaica how many helicopters the army have. How many? Because Darrell Vaz is so stupid and he doesn't even realize that he's giving away certain information that we pick up. How many helicopters? How many helicopters? And the 3 Chinook helicopters that are here, Friday I'm going to expose something. Are they here for relief, or is a pretext that they are using to support the United States as it relates to a potential war that ought to happen in Venezuela? Friday, we are going to touch on that. Now, Friday, let me tell the people, as it relates to the evidence that I'm coming out with, solid evidence that cannot be denied. Friday, we're going to touch that. And the drugs where you claim say you found, that the police them found, we have evidence now, strong evidence. And you don't know, yes, last week when I said that, okay, you are going to hear within the week or 2 that Andrew Holness is going to side with America right against Venezuela. Yes, Andrew Holness, I have the clip where the journalist asks you and you side with the United States. You're a puppet of United States. You side with the United States against Venezuela. That is the reason why you come out, tell propagandize about you have drugs, you don't found drugs. You understand? Because I know that was your intention, was to support. But Friday, we are going to bust it out and show John Public how wicked you are. So yes, Tessa, you and Big Mama can't save Andrew Holness. You understand? And you can't give Andrew Holness a minus grade. We are here because not even half him get. Not even half. Like how many put when we put in the man with the big axe, melting pot coming in.
Yes, sir, Byron. And I mean, these are some very strong topics we have to discuss. I can't understand this woman here. I have a address her by call or her right name, but I have a certain alteration to make as well. Her name is Artisa Saldivar Sally. But I want to change the name Sally to Silly.
Silly.
Because she's silly to come out with a press briefing endorsing Andrew Holness and him administration as being the best she has ever come across. And she has been to several situations as it relates to disaster in the world. She don't have any credence, you know. She's a loggerhead. And when I say loggerhead, she works on the Nightingale, but we have magic in them head. This woman here is merely supporting crony capitalism in the region and in Jamaica. And so we have to look at her as a piece of shit.
Hey. Talk up a thing,
Because we want to ask her what give her the incentive to support Andrew Holness and to speak on the situation that exists in Jamaica. The shitty situation that exists in Jamaica. What give her the incentive to speak so highly of this, ill-disciplined, ill-mannered prime minister where we have in the country? Because she don't know what we know as it relates to what is happening in Jamaica prior to Melissa and after Melissa. Yeah? So if she come and endorse Andrew Holness and him administration, yeah? She have to know say Andrew never clean none of the drain or the gully them that help to contribute to the massive flooding where we see. Yeah? She need to also understand that Andrew did not have no hurricane shelter for the people. Him have shelter, but not hurricane shelter. People lose them life. People couldn't flush them waste. People never have water for domestic purpose. Yeah? Neither for consume nor for use in any domestic way. And people were starving. People never have nothing to lie on apart from the tough school desk them. You understand? In most cases. So the whole exercise was not one that would give Andrew anything in the category A minus. A Z minus.
Exactly.
So where Miss Silly come from, I don't understand. But she's not coming from a world of, where they call now existence. She's coming from a world that doesn't exist. Where Jamaica people is concerned and the suffering that Jamaica people is undergoing under Andrew Holness administration, she don't have an idea or a clue. She's clueless. So what she has done is to rubber stamp the capitalism foundation where them have in Jamaica. So you have to make the capitalist prime minister look good. But my Jamaican people is well adverse as to who this capitalist prime minister is, how he treat the people in the country, the high level of corruption where him involved in. Yeah, the whole Ponzi scheme where him are the CEO of. Yeah, and how many thousands of Jamaican defraud, how many thousands of Jamaicans he defraud. Yeah, and as a result, we see a lot of kickback money come back to him. You understand? So she have to understand, so we don't need to hear from her. Yeah. She need to continue to do her work. Yeah, because nasty thinking big mama, I go endorse her. And all you can hear him upon, wow. I don't know where I feel. Yeah, but it can't be the reality of what happening in Jamaica, I feel. Yeah. Now when they make mention of her being a senior infrastructure policy agent, yeah, that means she go around the world and deal with all these things. Yeah. But she not credible. But she tell we a lie. So we never want to hear her portfolio or her profile, who she is. She's a piece of shit. And that's why I endorse her as. You understand? She have no credibility. She's a conspiracy to lie, trick and con, and propaganda. Because nobody out of them rightful state of mind cannot speak highly of this administration led by Andrew Holness. Not when a guy have 28 bank accounts. Not when him statutory declaration can certified from 1998 people. 27 years and counting. You understand? Not when this guy make a old lady at the age of 60 lose over 60 million in a Ponzi scheme. Not when a guy have one I'm right-hand man presiding over several Jamaica Labour Party accounts in a SSL. I will know what become of SSL. How many billions of dollars they move. You understand? And we have more where we can dash out for Andrew Holness. But we could just keep it right around this woman here. I asked myself long and hard the question, what would I make you run out and support Andrew Holness? And the only thing I can think of is capitalism and preserving the image of capitalism by having a prime minister who is entrenched and engraved in capitalism. No, this is not America. This is Jamaica. And I know for a fact that America and IMF and World Bank, when them lend Jamaica any money, the people in Jamaica suffer because high austerity measure, high inflation, high interest on the borrowing, and them life mash up. Yeah? But I will, expand a little bit more as to what capitalism has done to Jamaica. Yeah? And I will paint a very fundamental demographic picture. No, when Michael Mann left the country, the country in a good hands, the economy strong, healthy, the currency have value. When Edward Seaga come in, one of Edward Seaga's prime objectivity was to destroy Jamaica economy. And between him and the CIA, them rage a war upon the country economy. First and foremost, them destroy marijuana. And using marijuana as the prime objective is not only marijuana them destroy. Them destroy several agricultural crops. We native coconut people, remember we couldn't get coconut one time in Jamaica for a long period of time. Scarce. Coffee. Reduce. Lacatan and Gross Michel banana, dead out. What them do? Them run God bellies go bring one little fluxy banana come. So them a plant in Jamaica. When you cook it, it yellow like ripe banana. As it get cold, it tough like rock stone. When you look, sugar industry damage. You understand? And many more of our agricultural crop get damaged. Breadfruit tree, ackee tree, then the thing that it's scarce. Because Edward Seaga, with the aid and the ambition of the CIA government, coming from the headquarters of the United States, this tried to mash up Jamaica economy because the currency is too strong. With the too little and Talawa at the time. We not Talawa again. Edmund Bartlett.
Talk to them.
Then days under Michael Manley with the Talawa. Yeah, because we have the backside levy and we have all the agricultural crop. And we have one other thing with people. These are the main ingredients we want to talk about. We used to export marijuana, the best product in the world, come from Jamaica as it relates to marijuana. And so we were getting in a lot of United States currency And America did not like that. The CIA did not like that. Because what that do? That was something that mitigate the austerity measure we them put on the country. So we did have Coptic operating out of Portland. When you them farm them weed and Coptic bite and do them for do with it. Yeah, it never go up our airline here in Jamaica. Coptic used to take it out of Jamaica. No, a lot of foreign currency used to come at Jamaica and the youth them used to build them house for rapid in a them time they own them car and them bike and everything good. We economy strong. Where America do? Tell Eddie Seaga to destroy that. Now here is the key point. While Edward Seaga was obeying what America tell him to do with marijuana in Jamaica, America was growing 150 miles worth of fully grown marijuana between the border of Mexico and California. And why anybody dispute that? So you can't tell me, say, you are telling me to destroy my product while you are growing your product. So it wasn't about just marijuana, it was about to destroy the entire Jamaica agriculture sector, to weaken our economy. And they carried out that exercise. And Jamaica has not regained its strength in its economy from then. Because when you destroy people agriculture product by using a chemical and said to kill marijuana, the same chemical will kill the ackee tree. Because marijuana is a tree, you know. It make for kill plant, living plant. So if it's not only marijuana, it's going to destroy. It destroy all the things that we may tell you about. And what happened also, it even go into the river and destroy the fish. It destroy, it wash out of the soil and go into the river water, you know, the chemical, you know. It's a whole heap of damage America has done to Jamaica. And them continue to do it using this puppet Labour Party regime as them inchman in a Jamaica. And this is why them allow Andrew Wallace to operate as a criminal.
Yeah.
Andrew Wallace has done more than what Maduro in Venezuela has done. Because we know the geopolitics that is playing in the region. Them claim them not duly elected and involved in a corruption as it relates to drugs. But they can't prove that. But I know them can't prove Andrew Wallace corruption as it relates to theft. And they sit back and allow him to operate in that space. All of them know about how much bank account him have. And people him have more than 28, you know. Integrity Commission just stop at 28 because I never want to give more information. So we are going to soon hear the full extent of how much bank account him have. Yeah? Them know same wealth cannot be explained. So him not certified for how long. And them operate at the head of state. And them know that is wrong. But what they do? They allow him to continue. Because he is the poster boy of capitalism in Jamaica. His party is the poster party of capitalism in Jamaica. And without the party and Andrew, capitalism would not survive in Jamaica. So what you have to do? You have to strengthen him no matter where him do wrong. You have to lend support to him. So when you see them piece of shit here, yeah, like Miss Silly from the World Bank, I come and ask Andrew. You know where she go? She not Andrew she really and she make sure no she strengthen capitalists and capitalism in our society. And keep we as a nation in tatters and ruins. Because you have a guy, you know, who don't have a clue nor an idea. As Peanut Dread said, he can't even govern a plate of food, so he's going to govern the country. Or he's going to govern the country when he can't govern a plate of food. And that was said by Ambassador Peanut Dread. You understand? So we have to look at Andrew Wallace and in policy as failure. Failure. Not where Andrew Wallace introduced into Jamaica society has not worked to the benefit of the people. Here and a United States watch him carry out and orchestrate these plans. And they know fully well, yeah, that all our plans when carried out is corruption. Now I know them always try to go places and say them a root out corruption and all these things. Yeah, but haven't they seen the high level of corruption that Andrew Wallace and his administration carry out? Well, if them don't see, I'm gonna hope them all listen here because we are said around here so. Now when it come on to Pumbaz, yeah, and where Pumbaz said, me pick it up to you know mistake. Because I remember you know at one time we hear them have 8 helicopter, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, them go Australia, go get them. And some rifle and all them thing there. Yeah, and them come lavishly and speak about that and how much money them invest in the Ministry of Security. You understand? No, I don't hear of none of the JDF helicopter crash. I don't know what happened to the rest then. Yeah, because if Pumbaz come out and say 5 them did have until United States send in 3 Chinook. Then what happened to the next 3? Because 8 to not tell me about, you know. I may have that noted, you know. That cannot be disputed.
Exactly.
It was 8 helicopter on the sound have down there. But Pumbaz come out and say them they don't have 5. What happened to the next 3? Who has them? Maybe somehow on a private big man friend of them. Hey, right now, you know, the way that guy around the country, you know, nothing him say, you don't take it at face value, you know. You just know say a lie them tell, you know. Because when time you have situation present itself, then we see the true value of my lie with them tell. Because them say them have 8 helicopter and them was ranting and raving about, you know, the transformation of the Jamaica Defense Force and all these things and how much money they invest. And no other government has invested the amount of money where them invest. But when the time come, if it prove the test, it failed the test. Pumbaz say 5 them have. Pumbaz and Andrew Wallace were the next 3 helicopter they want to stone go Australia go buy. Me ask the question because I'm concerned about it, you know. Because we know that
with that part. You have to run some
yes,
serious investigation with
some
that.
serious investigation have to run on that. You understand? But we like when Pumbaz come out and talk, you know. Because Pumbaz will tell you the truth, you know, in some regard, you know. We know him lie to. But just leave him for a period of time and him not remember what him did say such time up the road. Him come along and tell you the truth now. Yeah? So really 5 them have in operation. But it's 8 them buy. So you know 3 sell to some man in a Jamaica, you know. Some big POC guy have some private helicopter in the country where 3 helicopter sell to them and them collect the money. Pumbaz and Andrew, because there's some seat I go right now, you know. Because we should have still a year, so we have 8. Yeah. And if the 8 not fully in operation, we say, well, 7 are work and 1 in a, you know, repair. But we're not supposed to hear about 5. Because them helicopter they buy in Jamaica now fight no war, you know. So them helicopter they're supposed to in a pristine condition. Yeah. But we are here about 5. So Andrew and Pumbaz, we are going to do some investigation. Yeah. And we people are going to know the full extent and how we are going. Yeah. Because whole heap of thing we not chop, you know. That's why I ask if me still in a know. Me still in a know say under the Andrew Wallace administration I know the country still not receive 30 used car for the police them. The Agintai deal with. I want them to hear about the 1.4 billion we take for some old school bus way up a fair place. Eh? Well, we can't get the amount where the guy say him buying at the first shipment. Him saying purchase 110. Yeah, we get 60 and now we can't get 50. And this thing was on streamline for the back to school new term in a September gone. Well, we're then ending in November now. None of them then come, but we seen our report where November 25th, November 2025, yeah, an additional 150, what him say, new school bus. The man call all old school bus, new school bus. In a them draft, what you call it now, plan. Yeah, when them draft up the plan and put them in their new bus, you know. But our old bus them, and we see the amount of, you know, allegations surrounding even the school bus. Yeah. We see where Elijah distant themselves from being the person in charge of importing them bus there on a license, because them not a license to import vehicle, you know. Yeah. But we hear say Elijah now are the agent for the manufacturer. But there was no manufacturer because we never buy a new bus. So we couldn't go on to no manufacturer. Manufacturer they in a scrap heap yard. So the manufacturer could not sell these old buses. But when you say El Hydro are the agent for the manufacturer of these buses, lie, my people. Lie. With a category 5 attached to it. So you know it's a devastated lie that. How on earth you going to have an agent? Yeah. As the man in charge relating to the manufacturer to bring these buses to Jamaica. When we are not buying brand new buses. We are buying bus from a field where the bus them dead. I wait for people, I beg for people come take them to give them the space for the new shipment up in America. We hear Pumbaz also say the transport authority in a United States pass the bus them, certify the bus them, lie with a category 5. And so we are left to wonder, yeah, what is going on? Why was $1.4 billion taken? And why Miss Silly don't know about the $1.4 billion? Well, we can't get the bus them all now. Yeah? So, Miss Silly, I don't know, you know. But you need to get something for, you know, put you back to Miss Sally. Because you move from Miss Sally to Miss Silly. And we can't have you speak on behalf of our, you know, situation in Jamaica because you're clueless. And I don't know who pay you to do the briefing. What incentive you have, what incentive you're gaining, I don't know. But all I know, you're barking up the wrong tree. This is not your profession to speak on political matters in Jamaica. Stick to your day job as it relates to where I'm saying our senior infrastructure, yeah, in policy as it relates to disaster. Stick to that and leave our politics alone. We don't need you to speak to our Jamaican people on behalf of this corrupted criminal government. You should be ashamed to align yourself to a government of such magnitude where criminality and corruption is concerned. You're a piece of shit. And I yield back the floor.
Wonderful stated, my brother. Right? Yes, man. Partner on the journey of good governance. Now, let us show them with the last 2 clips in terms of, right? And I like how you melt that in melting pot, right? As it relates to, you know, the objective of the crony capitalist, right? And also the Neo Colonialist, right? That they are protecting, right? Their wealth, right? And it's all about capitalism, right? And that's why she's strengthening Andrew Holness' argument. And let me say this to Jamaica, right? We are now just going to utilize a little geopolitics, in the mix. Let me say this categorically clear. Where Andrew Holness is concerned, as it relates to joint force with Donald Trump, right, in going against Venezuela, right, from 2018 thereabout, right, with the Petro-Carib ideal melting pot, if you remember.
Yeah, man.
Right, he sided with Donald Trump, right, and after he sided with Donald Trump, what happened to him next? That's why we lose that contract from Venezuela, right? And where the United States went back and we couldn't go back. That was the mistake that Andrew Holness put us in. So people need to remember that. Now again, right, we see that he's siding again, supporting Donald Trump, and he will support Donald Trump in every endeavors that he can. He has no choice. But Jamaica doesn't understand that Andrew Holness has no choice. Any day that Andrew Holness thinking about go against United States. And you know why he cannot go against United States? Because of the corruption that he involved. And United States, right, have the evidence on him. They know, him know, and so then his administration, right? But let me say this, Jamaica. Providing that Andrew Holness in support of Donald Trump, anything that they want, if United States come in and say, watch here, move out the Cuban doctors, he has to do it. Yeah, he doesn't have a choice. You will never have United States under Donald Trump administration. Let me say this, and I'm 100% right. You will not have United States going against Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness is a crony capitalist. Capitalism. They know everything what he's doing is wrong. If it was Mark Golding pushing democratic socialism and involving what Andrew Holness involved, trust me, you would have gotten clean up. He would have gotten clean up. Right? Remember the situation in Panama with Noriega, right? To the fact that Noriega did not want to sign again the Panamanian canal, right, to USA, going against USA, that very one time, United States punish him. So we know that Andrew Holness can't. And I ask, and I'm also saying this, right, to say that we are not to look for Donald Trump to go against Andrew Holness. It will never, ever happen. So I want people to be aware of that. They are capitalist, crony capitalism. They're going to protect each other. Andrew Holness will be always protected by the United States. And him, Andrew Holness, and his administration know that. That is one of the reasons why PSOJ, again, they are capitalists, capitalism, will never go against Andrew Holness. No matter what, PSOJ will never, ever go against this administration. Even although they know that this administration is dead wrong and full of criminality and full of criminals. But they themselves are getting the benefits. Brian Jordan, right, who sits on the Jamaica Tourist Board, and his brother, who is one of the giants in PSOJ. They are the ones who denying beach access, along with Darrell Vars. What people don't know, people don't understand that Darrell Vars, along with Bush Stewart's two sons, they are almost like half brothers. Darrell Vars is the godson of Bush Stewart. Why do you think Darrell Vars get up in a parliament and can beat him just like that. Because the buck stopped with him. So people need to understand that. So when Darrell Voss start, right, Darrell Voss, he said, I'm confident that, yeah man, him can go in at it, him can deal with that thing, $1.4 billion and nothing that. Nothing can happen to him. That's what he believed. PSOJ have to back him and defend him. The thief in administration have to defend him. Andrew Holness can't talk to him. And Andrew Holness, nobody believes, say, he wants to take more money than him too, you know. Him and Andrew Holness are around 50-50 in terms of doing their corruption. And Andrew Holness can't talk over him or control him. So people need to be aware of these things. Darrell Voss, uncontrollable, cannot be controlled. And that's why I believe that he can talk over everybody else because of badness him a deal with. Crony capitalism him a deal with. He is a capitalist. And that's what they defend. And he knows, if you notice, you know, you understand, even although him involved in drugs and America punish him, you understand, but they just leave him like that. At the end of the day, he's a crony capitalist. Right? And all what they do is sing for United States. Michael Manley never have that luxury. And couldn't have that luxury because Michael Manley was a democratic socialist. That policy, United States perceive that it is threatening. And that's why they all move in crushing democratic socialism. That's why they feel that they are so powerful. And Andrew Holness know this. Right? What makes the difference is that him, Andrew Holness, is a 2-foot puss. Plain when we're talking. Because they know it is true. And what I'm saying, they know it is true. Now look at this. Let us run through this quick and fast, because you know we have to be ready for Titans. Listen to him. All capitalist.
I mentioned the recent passage of Hurricane Melissa, one of the most powerful hurricanes recorded in the Atlantic. The true economic impact will take months to fully quantify. However, preliminary estimates already indicate catastrophic losses. Prime Minister Carney pointed out that it is estimated that we have lost, in terms of physical damage, approximately $8.8 billion, or the equivalent of approximately 41% of our GDP. 45 lives were tragically lost. This devastation occurred despite years of strengthening preparedness guided by robust protocols and legislation. For Jamaica and for other small island developing states in Caribbean and beyond, the climate crisis is not abstract. It is not an academic consideration. It is an existential threat. A single climate-driven event can erase decades of progress, destabilize public finances, and constrain development trajectories overnight. Disaster risk reduction is therefore not merely a policy priority, it is fundamental to our national survival. Recovery and reconstruction will be a formidable task, but Jamaica is not daunted. We are determined to rebuild stronger, more resilient, and more sustainable. We have already activated our multi-layer disaster risk financing framework to support immediate response and early recovery. However, the scale of the challenge far exceeds what small economies can shoulder alone. We will need your support. On behalf of the government and people of Jamaica, I extend deep appreciation to our international partners, some of whom are represented here today. Their assistance has been vital in our disaster response and relief efforts. The unprecedented strength of Hurricane Melissa Following the wake of last year's Hurricane Beryl and other weather events, these ground our global call to action. The world must confront this crisis by urgently reducing emissions.
All right, let us stop him for a while. And I want to just speak on something what he said as it relates to Hurricane Beryl. This is what the Prime Minister said. He said the unprecedented strength. I want people to listen to what he's saying. And this is how I am going to drag him down now. He said the unprecedented strength of Hurricane Melissa that damaged Jamaica. Now, him know as a result of the strength of Hurricane Melissa, why are you going down the route of giving those Jamaican peoples, right, container homes? How can you decipher that, Jamaica? You heard him a while ago speaking about the unprecedented strength of Hurricane Melissa. So then how you prioritize that? How you process that to your brain, Prime Minister? To know that now, okay, you know that concrete homes, right, as it relates to steel matting, steel bar, and can be so strong, cheaper and better and stronger. Why are you reversing? Why are you reversing? You're supposed to be strengthening your structure. Why are you grafting policy to have them weaker? Tell me if that makes sense. Tell me if that makes sense. Tell me if that makes sense. But you know what, Jamaica? Hurricane Melissa, and based on the damage that Hurricane Melissa had done, right? $8.1 billion US in damage. But look here, people. Look on the next. Look on where I'm going. And then I have Melting Pot finish off for the day for us. This is the last clip that I'm sharing, people. Let us look at this. And this is something that we need to talk about. Okay. What is going on? Are they allowing me to share this? Wait, exit page. Okay. What is going on here? Okay. They don't want me to show that on the system. Right? Let me get back and try to share it again. Right? Let me just get back and try to share it again. Yeah, man. Okay, all right. All right, there you go. Share. Okay. All right. Since you don't want me to share that, obviously you don't want me to share that, because I get to I don't know, so I get to But guess what? I can't read it from my phone. Yeah, I can't read it from my phone. Right? Since you don't want me to share that, can't read it from my phone all of a sudden. Right? Can't share that. Well, all right. Now, I'm going to open it. See there? Right? Yeah, it is opening on my phone, people. But let me see what I'm going on here. So, I have to take some time to open up, people. But what we want to talk about, right, is when I look on the total, damage of Hurricane Melissa. Melton Pot was speaking about it earlier, and I have the document that I wanted to show, but obviously, right, some problem there. We just can't share the document. However, as it relates to the amount of money unaccounted for, because that's where I was, I wanted to go, but obviously them lock it down. The finance minister, Faval, claimed that, oh, you know, $3 trillion, it is not that money missing, but to the fact that some ministries, right, were not able to submit their appropriation account. Now, the appropriation account is what recorded all expenditures, government expenditures. But when Faval Williams said that, you know what Faval Williams is talking about? Every year, the appropriation account is supposed to be submitted. But guess what? The Jamaica Labour Party has not submitted no appropriation account in any of the ministry going over 9 years. You hear me, Jamaica? Okay, do no. Right? So let me show you. Let me show you. Right? $3 trillion. Right? Let me read it for you now, people. This is it. Finance Minister Faval Williams is urging government ministries to prioritize the submission of outstanding financial reports to the Office of the Auditor General after a review by a governance watchdog body found that $3 trillion in spending has been unaccounted for over 11 years period. $3 trillion as it relates to this administration. $3 trillion. The Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal conducted a review. I wonder if it would be able to, okay. Conducted, right, annual reports. The Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal conducted a review of the Auditor General annual reports for 16 government entities, including ministries. JAMP Executive Director Gina Calder has described the finding as an accountability crisis. Right? Now they came out, you know, and they rush all of these people because they reported it, you know. Tell them that they need to take back them talk and take back this and take back that and rare, blah, blah, blah. But the fuck of the matter. Right? It still stands that more than $3 trillion no cannot be accounted for. Still there. Ms. Calder added that the serial offenders are topped by the Ministry of Education. Listen. Right? The Ministry of Education. Now, if they claim that, okay, the appropriation account could have captured and explained the so-called $3 trillion that unaccounted for. Listen to my argument, people. Listen to my prudent argument. Watch this now. They claim, say, okay, what being spread is lie. Those are lies. Okay, but if those are lies, right? Now, let me ask a question. Rural Reid, who is in the Ministry of Education, why did Rural Reid caught up if there's no money missing? Let us ask a question. If there's no money missing from out of the Ministry of Education, and you know it's the appropriation account in the Ministry of Education that has not been submitted, and if it is submitted, then it is going to explain why Rural Reid is in front of the court. Why the evidence is showing Rural Reid sending money to A, sending money to B, sending money to C, sending money to D. So then, when Faval Williams run out and said, no, these money don't missing, right? What happened is that the appropriation account don't submit it. But you want no favor. Now every year, the appropriation account is supposed to be submitted. Why under the Jamaica Labour Party take the entire years that the Jamaica Labour Party rule and its administration had never submitted any appropriation account? So that is where we are talking about when we say these monies missing. Several of them missing through breach of the procurement guidelines. You don't do friend contracts. Right? Contracts over budgeted. Like Cornwall Regional Hospital. Money rub up, nepotism and cronyism. So then, okay, Favor Williams, since you said the appropriation account have not been tendered, let me ask you now, have those appropriation accounts been tendered? And if those appropriation accounts been tendered now, what is the difference as it relates to the $3 trillion that found missing? Any reduction to the fact that those appropriation accounts now tendered and the appropriation accounts now are now able to explain the missing amount? Come talk to me now, Favor. You know, say the people don't tell lie. Right? So then may I ask you now, is the administration still continue to maintain? Is this administration still continue, right, down the road of not tendering the appropriation account? And then by then, you should know, our administration now should have now tendered the appropriation account. No, when you look through those appropriation account, Favor Williams, does it make any difference? Did you find the variances of $3 million? And you can come out and explain. Have you found the variances of $3 trillion that you can come out and explain? Because now the appropriation account. Oh, I am not hearing you speaking on those appropriation accounts. Why are you not speaking on them to say, okay, yes, we lapse over a 9-year or 10-year period and by not submitting those appropriation accounts. However, those appropriation accounts have now been submitted, and then the report regarding to $3 trillion that were reported, we are able now to go through the appropriation accounts, and we found these monies now, and so then, okay, all right, it is not $3 trillion missing because the appropriation account now is now explaining, you understand, as it relates to the missing amount that was reported, you understand, by the Auditor General, to the fact that the Auditor General never have the luxury to have the appropriation account. But now you have the appropriation account, right? What are you saying to us? Can you come out and say, okay, based on what we found now on the appropriation account being submitted now, okay, all right, that sort of $3 trillion reduced, it was not stolen, here it is. What to that, Favor? Talk to me. What to that, Favor? What happened to that? Am I saying something that doesn't make sense? You blame it and to say that the appropriation account, many ministries, you said no, the $3 trillion, right, has not been stolen. And you don't want it to be reported stolen. You said what happened is that many ministries have not been submitted their appropriation accounts. Now let me ask a question. Have they submitted it? No. And if they have not submitted it, then why? They have not submitted it. And if they submitted it, okay, what do you find to correct the variance? So these are the things that we are here to put you on checks and balance and ask you, why don't you come out and answer these things? Now let me put you in melting pot to close us out. Melting pot.
Yeah, and that is a critical era at Jamaica where we have to pay close attention to. Yeah, because I mean, finance is what run a country, you know. And when you don't have checks and balance as it relates to finance, which is generated from people paying their tax, you know you have a serious problem.
Yeah.
Now, when Gene and Calder, you know, finding come out, that was a stark revelation into the administration of how the country is being run, and by extension, how the country finance account is being managed. To the extent there is so much wrong with the appropriation account. And so we have to take a good look at the permanent secretary and the cabinet secretary. As a result, 11 years of financial accountability was not submitted. So, Faval, when you come and try to cook up a little, what you call it now, hanky-panky message to come tell we about, you know, the 3 trillion is not that it gone missing, but blah, blah, blah. Now, if we have people that we put to work, you know, we're supposed to submit on a yearly basis, yeah? What they have on record, yeah? So that it can be vetted and properly, you know, accredited. When you have people being paid but not doing the work, yeah, it must be a reason. It must be a reason. And the simple reason is that a lot of money was being used misappropriately for people who own purpose, people who have access to it. Like what we see with Darrell Vaz and the 1.4. Like how we know Sir Ruel Reid now have to face the court to them same education funding. I remember, I know, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, yeah, Ministry of Works and Labor were few of the ministry that was, you know, heavily criticized in that regard. Even the Prime Minister office, there was a shortfall, 1.02 million. You understand? So we are asking the question, if even the Prime Minister office come under scrutiny as it relates to accountability and misappropriate of funds, what that is saying, my people, that is saying we have a serious problem with the finance in Jamaica. People are taking it willy-nilly, establishing their own fundamental wealth. This is why all of these people have business. None of them get any financial loan to start a business. Them use the taxpayers' money and start up their own business. This is why them have water truck, construction site, gas station, rice contract and warehouse and all type of thing, trucks, all type of thing them have. And them going to politics. Some of them going with one boot and a dulcimina grip. One boot, a old pants and a dulcimina grip, like Warmington, AK, Queenie. But them have millions and millions. Queenie have all yacht. Yacht! For doing what? In St. Catherine. Because he hasn't done anything, you know. Come in a politics with one boot, lean up, a tight pants, and a dulcimina grip. But end up rich, living large at the expense of taxpayers. Yeah, I would say Andrew Holness rise way beyond his mean to become a super mega billionaire in a CARICOM. Because you have to attribute all of those narratives. Super and mega billionaire. No joke about it. Yeah, because you have to combine the holiness wealth, you know. Husband and wife, you know. Yeah, that is the holiness we are talking about. No couple no rich and them in a CARICOM. I remember them not own no business. They are just politicians in a third world country with a struggling economy where the majority of the people live hand to mouth. But the leader and his wife, super mega wealthy. So we have to ask the question. And the question where we ask, yeah, is why 11 years of submittance was not done, why it wasn't carried out, and why the chief of staff, which is the prime minister, wasn't aware of all of these malpractices. Why? Simple, it's a part of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Him friend them in it as well. Royal Reed. Remember Royal Reed was him consultant, you know. Yeah, we advise him. Take advice from Royal Reed back in the days when them just take the office as Minister for Education. And him leave and him stick Royal Reed in there. Well, Royal Reed do MC. Andrew go on with. Carry out the same exercise to the tune of 55 million. Using that same 28 bank account over the Caribbean Maritime Unit there. You understand? Where students are paying them tuition fee in a several accounts. Well, we know tuition fee going in a 1 or 2 account and it's attached to a bank. Yeah. But them guys set up these type of things because the whole of them are criminal. Remember, you see where Andrew Wheatley go on with Petrojam, and you know several of them own gas station now. Several of them own gas station. But prior to that, them never have no gas station. You understand? So all these little gas station where you see spring up, you know, with them little suspicious name like Johnson and Walkman and all them things there, you know. Them gas station there raise eyebrow. You understand? Them raise eyebrow. When you look at the Minister of Health, Tough Tongue, yeah, him have all license, you know, to import rice. No rice is something where, as a Minister of Health, you're not supposed to indulge in, you know, because you know, say it's a hypertensive for diabetic. People get diabetes from it. You understand? Starch. But this guy have the license for that. And him import all bad rice in the country too. And sell it for real money. Make lots of profit. And only when we tackle him, you know, him decide to, you know, change the structure of the business and put it in his son's name. All of them are criminal. And Jamaican people are wise now to the reality, say the entire Jamaica Labour Party, they are criminals. Yeah, and they operate barefaced in the society. Yeah. You want to tell me, say, Andrew never know, say, Pumvaz did I undervalue the hotel, the beach resort, where him sell, where him depreciate the value from 13 to 7 and go collect the rest of Mexico. Tell me, say, Andrew don't know about that now.
Yeah, but remember, say, Darrell Vaz was in the Prime Minister office. My Prime Minister sent him go do it.
Of course. Remember, Argentine say the 450 million from out of airport, you know. We're going to First Rock, you know. Andrew tell him to do it. Yeah. But now him alone I take the blame. You hear anything from Andrew Wallace?
No.
To deny the claims that way Argentine said? No. Him not deny it. Him silent because so it go for true. Andrew use all of them guys, yeah. Yeah. When have around him and steal the country money. Simple. And that is plain and obvious. You can't get away from the fact. That's why I'm operate. And hey, you see all United States is a country where I not trust, you know. Because Jamaica have its own sovereignty law, you know. And no matter what policy we have in our country, America never come dislike none of it. Because Jamaican don't dislike none of them policy. So when you see United States come and fight against socialism, yeah, they, you know, reinforce them capitalism in our country. You know, say America will never be on the side of the suffering people in Jamaica. So I know we cry out several times on the program and say, Uncle Sam to come for him. You know, Uncle Sam now come for him. He is an ally of Uncle Sam.
Exactly.
He's an ally. Once he's a Jamaica Labour Party member, you do corruption at Jamaica, you will get away from Uncle Sam. It must be like all Britain come now, UK. Send in the Scotland Yard for this piece of shit when you man Holness and the rest of them will align themselves to him. And enough of them big PSOJ boy there. Yeah, where I run them drugs in the country and go at them bullshit. You understand? It's only UK can solve that problem or be a solution to the problem. United States will not. Because the Jamaica Labour Party is an affiliation of the United States and its capitalism mentality. So me stop call pan Uncle Sam, you know. Me stop call pan Uncle Sam. Me have to wait pan the Almighty. Yeah. To put him hands in the midst of this situation, yeah. And bring forth a solution. Yeah. Because Uncle Sam and Donald Trump, no, you're not getting a result. You're crazy. And Trump motto to America, to American in his campaign was to make America great again. Jamaica one of the country where supply well to America, you know. And that's how you can make America great again. Because right now, I only for American airline I carry tourists, you know. But we did have a airline. We did have one. Them get rid of it. So we benefit from traveling, from traveling passenger to Jamaica. So when I hear these guys like Khaled Man Bartlett come talk about the 5 million visitors will come, America and other airline benefit from that. We no benefit from it. So this is how them use the little rock. Them use it to them advantage to gain them country wealth and shore up them economy. Because Jamaica is a prime destination, you know, for American travel too. And so their airline becomes in operation, fully in operation. Because it have a marketing route. You understand? We not benefit from that. So that's all America do, is just sit down, watch this guy operate, give them what they want. You can thief as much as you want, you only see and your cabinet member them. We will turn a black eye on you. So it's on the UK now can come provide a solution to the problem in Jamaica, not America. So we stop call pan Trump and America. Yeah, because see, Darrell Vaz have a 212 visa, you know. If you know what 212 mean, it mean, you know, contraband and him not good like that. Him involved in that. You understand? Yeah. You see them come for him? Them not come for him. But them a talk about them there in the region now. A rage a war against drugs traffickers. Yeah.
All right.
And I destroy people and them vessel.
Look at
But
that.
here is a drugs trafficker where them know about. And not just him alone. Them know about James Robertson and Crab.
Hit them.
Have they done anything? Them not do nothing. Them allow them. So when you see them put out to them fine $3.7 billion worth of cocaine where they lie, my people. That is just to enhance where Donald Trump has said go on to the region.
Exactly.
Here. Because nobody not take a chance. After 70 of life been lost and how many vessels been destroyed and no say, you know, the current climate still exists. Yeah. The current climate still exists. Yeah. Where Trump operation coming like the eye of Melissa. Nobody now going at the eye of Melissa. Just like how you now go take the sea with no vessel, with no cocaine. With Trump helicopter and satellite and warship them in the space. Nobody wouldn't do it. So what am I do? He might do something, yeah, to stir up, you know, a type of situation in the Caribbean that has never seen before. The Caribbean and its people and the Caribbean water is a peaceful place. Yeah. Never have this type of activity going on. So Donald Trump, because him not get what he want from Venezuela,
the Caribbean.
Him trying to upstage Venezuela by positioning himself in the Caribbean and saying fighting a war against drugs traffickers. Well, there are several drugs traffickers in Jamaica we know about. Because if him never know, we tell him who they are. Has he done anything to uproot them one day? No.
Nothing.
Because them are lying to feed them fundamental practice, which is capitalism.
Exactly.
You understand? So we know Andrew have to come off of the rock, you know, and jump into the sea.
Yeah.
And go over where Uncle Sam dead.
And him
Yeah,
better.
come up on the rock, Andrew. You think you can talk about your boat on both sides? You have to show yan. Because remember, if you not show yan to Uncle Sam, you know, say one of them chopper. I don't know. But not literally in terms of amputating one of yan. But you know me I talk about Andrew. Yeah?
Of course.
So you have to, you know, compromise yourself and Jamaica to suit Uncle Sam and Trump. Yeah? Because remember, Jamaica suffered the hands, at this prime minister, When we have to send back the Cuban medical personnel, them, when we not have none in our country, when our people are suffering, But because that guy pride himself around corruption, stain himself in a corruption, eat and drink and sleep and breathe corruption. Yeah, we lose the medical personnel them. You understand? Because him have to comply. When Rubio come and speak, him have to comply. Him a nasty tough tongue. You understand? So we are just looking at how much Jamaica has to gain and how much Jamaica are losing. Well, when I look at the scale and balance, in terms of what we have to gain, we are not gaining nothing. And in terms of what we are losing a vast amount. Under this Andrew Wallace-led regime, United States is benefiting immensely from Jamaica. Can a little country carry America and China upon it back? God Almighty. If Andrew Wallace is not poison, I don't know what is poison. And I yield back the floor.
Well, people, you hear that, and you have to get prepared for Titan. So I want to say, enough respect, for the continuation of support. Really love it. And that is one of the reasons why you understand we make it to the extra effort in make sure that the information that we are giving 100% facts. 100% facts. Right? And them can't dispute it. So melting pot, big up yourself. You understand? All right, cool. See you later. We'll be greater.
Yeah, man.
Blessing people. Remember, Titan.
Don't miss it. Right. Hot like fire around the later.
Blessings. People, I am out. Loving you all. All right, cool.
I know why you come to me with that foolishness, You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister around the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.